Oh. Oh. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Prepare for some millennial humor because I want to start with the. So that was the thing that happened. Oh my God. How? How did it happen? How did it happen? It's so like it got worse. It got worse. They didn't learn a damn thing. It got way worse. Way worse. Oh. We truly live in dark times. I can't even like begin. It was so bad. It was so bad. Yeah, Zootopia 2. It rhymes with poo. Just this level of quality. It is. But we will get into that. We'll get into that. So, we have some stuff to talk about. Number 1, Den of the Arctic Wolf is officially first draft complete. 292 pages. Woohoo! And we will read the end of it here in a moment. Then we have Guardians of Nature. Unfortunately, the movie made a lot of money in China, so Disney won't learn a damn thing, probably. Then we have Guardians of Nature. The rewrites for Chapter 3 are coming along. We're already like 4 pages through Chapter 3's rewrites, so we're getting there. We're going. Things are happening. Things are, we're fixing things up. Chapter 4, I already had part of it rewritten, so that will be interesting, because I had already rewritten their, exchanges for stuff, so we'll see how much I have to rewrite there. Chapter 6 already had heavy rewrites done, so we're starting to move along. We're just going to knock down the chapters as we go. Yeah, should be pretty damn good. All right. Well, your little cousin has terrible taste. We'll explain how truly awful it was, because it was worse than the first movie. And the first movie was a 2 out of 10. So that's why I was like, hopefully they'll shoot for the lofty heights of a 5, but no, they went the opposite direction. It got way worse. But again, Zootopia is a classic example of pure style and no substance, right? It's all visual flash, but no thought was actually put through any of it. All right. So, let's go through the ending of Den of the Arctic Wolf, which will then be able to start doing its rewrites eventually. But yeah. Oh. I understand you both. I suppose I'm feeling kind of wary now that it's all been exposed and in the open. Hope you won't mind if we try and make it a town secret. Not at all. Besides, it's a small community. Would be pretty simple to just say in the heat of the moment people hallucinated other dangers not there. Or hell, that necromancer was fond of stitching bodies together. Can just say she sewed some wolf heads on a few zombies. On a few zombies for... Andrew snapped his fingers and smiled at Corey. Funny you should say that. That was the same idea the chieftain had. Tony took out a bottle of water and got a long drink of it before he sighed and rested his head back against the wall. So, speaking of Chieftain, Alex is... The words weren't needed and Andrew already nodded in acknowledgement. He is. It was the obvious choice. It's hard to find a good chieftain, and there are some great ones out there. Alex's deeds were shared long before he ever spoke of them. The spirits know these things, and will often gossip, and thus how those of us in Point knew of his strength. In the Point, whoops. And you said at the meeting, you can see spirits as well? Andrew once more nodded before smiling and tapping his hands back on the wall he leaned against. Even if my kind never awakens, we're gifted a part of the cast we will one day be. For me, born under the crescent moon, I can see spirits to a certain depth. Two other men looked confused, so Andrew waved a hand. Think of the world as being layered. Spirits can choose how deep they go. We're all right now on the deepest layer, the most physically real. A spirit could choose to reveal themselves on that layer, but this exposes them to the most danger. I could see 3 layers up, while the ones that awaken can see 10. I don't understand, but I guess I can kind of see it? Corey said before he sat across from the other two. It's when Andrew suddenly perked up and took out his phone. Oh, before I forget, don't freak out if your phone suddenly goes haywire. This made Tony and Corey both snap their focus entirely to Andrew, who simply smiled. I said we were going to try to make this a town secret. Well, as part of that... His words were cut off as there was the sudden spark. Even though the power had gone out in the other homes, the lights flickered and there was a crackling sound. All their phones began to jitter and shake before it was gone just as fast as it had come. Yeah. Were any of them to have seen, down deep within the bunker, a simple photography camera began to rise in the air and disassembled itself. The pieces coming out then disintegrated as the lens cracked and started to vibrate, signaling the spirits dismantling all traces of the Wolverine in the local recordings and devices. What just happened? Well, we had to make sure no one had any physical evidence to the contrary. This town may know the truth, but that doesn't mean we want anyone else to. Because signals are having a hard time getting out, well, wiping all the information here should take care of all of it. The other two looked to each other before both just simply shrugged. Hang on, I fucked up. There's a typo in shrugged. Both just simply shrugged their heads, and the doctor finally threw his hands up and laughed. Suppose we'll just become an even quirkier town than we had been before. I bet the festivals will be interesting going forward. Chapter 22. Time goes on. So now we're in the final... This is the final chapter. And it was longer than I expected it to be. I expected chapter 22 to be shorter, but it's 10 pages. It is the shortest of all the chapters, but still, it's 10 pages. His car was all that truly mattered beyond his duty. A beautiful 52 Sparrow with custom detailing and white wall tires that had a class to the man who used it for a cover. He was an undignified brute, at least to those that had the displeasure of his company, but such was the appeal to the bosses. Even so, he was annoyed that this task sent him up north, though they had shotgunned their response everywhere. He would just need to get the car detailed thoroughly after getting back, and that was a small price compared to those poor bastards that had to go into rival territory. He shuddered to think of how Freddy was going to handle LaPradia, especially in the wake of Ed's fuck-up. At least that would be clear... At least that would be the cleanest cut. But the truth was that no one wanted to admit that piece of shit porn studio had such a tight lockdown on the whole city. Freddy was walking into the jaws of death, and he knew it. But loyalty meant something, and thus he walked it all the same to try and find her. Loyalty means something, and that something is rewarded. Theo was a loyal man. The town he was approaching was in the midst of renovations, some local bullshit about an attack. Work trucks were coming in and out from Carmen at near every hour of the day, and thus the road was seeing more traffic than it likely experienced in decades. He did have to admit that seeing the diner back there closed was starting to get to him, for the drive into town was far longer than he expected, and he was in desperate need of some coffee and a bite to eat. Thus, as he came past the second work site, where a house was being carefully remodeled after its interior was destroyed, he made up his mind to get said bite. Bite it. The local diner seemed exceptionally busy, with work crews choosing to stop in and a delivery truck that was parked in the back and offloading supplies. The lot was full to the brim, save for a single spot next to an old government classic of the Growler 4x4. In this case, bearing the expected words, Sheriff's Department, across the doors on either side. Well, there was likely not going to be a better one open anytime soon, and so he pulled in beside the workhorse of a truck. After all, the sheriff and his deputies were unlikely to damage his car. Once he was satisfied with his parking, he stepped from the car and straightened out his trench coat. Oh, whoops, not trench coat. I changed that. I forgot. Because trench coats, they usually are fully seal up and they're hard to get open. Intentionally so. Which was held closed against the cold and ensured both his leather gloves were firmly tight to his hands before he stepped into the local eatery. The classic charm of the ringing bell as the top of the door struck it made him raise a brow. This comes just 2 weeks after the alleged undead siege of Point Crescent, but state authorities are yet unconvinced of the truthfulness of... Man, Sheriff, can you believe this horse shit? What do they think? We just pulled the phone poles down, reinforced the bunker, fired off a couple mortar shells, and killed some people for fun? The man behind the counter, who was currently traveling up and down the length, collecting money and delivering plates of food, gave an exacerbated sigh at it all. Well, Jacob, I mean, a lot of people, it's hard to believe that this quiet little town would actively be targeted, let alone by something as rare as a mage. The sheriff was carefully rolling his hat in his hands as his eyes were locked on the TV news broadcast. Though it's a bit mean-spirited to put me down as current sheriff. Think they're trying to say something. No, all that had to get taken care of. I'll pause here for a second. Remember, Anti-Boy Scout, Derek already had to take care of all the bodies. That was part of, like, re-sanctifying everything. He already had to take care of all the bodies. They didn't get to see thousands of dead bodies. And they didn't get to, like, contact anyone immediately either. They had to find the ritual sites and start disrupting them. Because they had the rituals that were going the whole time maintaining the shield, which was blocking the signals. So nobody got to see the thousands of dead bodies or anything. Oh, they should have taken a picture. Yeah, the pictures that got fried because the Wolverine had to do the ritual to get rid of evidence. To make sure nobody had pictures of them. Whoops. I'm going to go back a little bit. Though it's a bit mean-spirited to put me down as current sheriff. I think they're trying to say something. Right? I swear, John, these people wouldn't believe a whale falling from the sky if it landed in front of them. Sheriff John Brenner gave a chuckle and turned to tap his hand on the counter and looked away from the screen. It's when the newcomer walked over and settled in nearby, figuring it was best to blend and not act standoffish. Well, at any rate, I suppose I should get back to the department. Carmen was not pleased we still had debt cord. Well, it worked out in the end, didn't it? Jacob laughed a little and came back to stand in front of the sheriff. Did indeed. Though, before I forget, Sheriff. Jacob stepped to the side and leaned down behind the counter before he placed a bag onto it. Theo raised a brow and the sheriff stared long and hard at the bag before looking up at Jacob. Funny fucker, ain't ya? He had no idea what sort of joke the men were playing, but the sheriff took the bag and held it up, shaking it some. Who put you up to it? Ah, that would be your lovely deputy over there, Mr. Vander. The sheriff snapped around and looked directly at Corey, who wore the smirk on his face as if a badge of honor. Well, I suppose it's my cue to get back to the department. Jacob let out a laugh, and then as the sheriff started to leave, putting his hat back on and adjusting the brim to fit, he called out to him. Now, don't eat all those in one place. Here Alex is going to whip you into shape. This caused the sheriff to hold up the bag of dog treats in one hand while the other raised his middle finger. Fuck you very much, Jacob. Hope you get shut down for health code violations. The man behind the counter let out another quick laugh before he turned to look at Theo, who had a brow raised. Just a bit of an inside joke in this town. So, what can I get you, stranger? A cup of coffee as strong as you got, and a sandwich. A long drive. Jacob nodded his head and turned, grabbing the pot of black and pouring it for the man, before pointing to a couple sandwiches on the board and passing a note of which Theo nodded to. Speaking of, what brings you out to our quiet, normally, town? Business or pleasure? Theo shrugged his shoulders and carefully nursed the hot coffee before opening a part of his coat and reaching in. He brought out a picture of a woman and placed it on the countertop for the man to look at. Missing woman. Was told someone like her was heading out this way. You ever heard of a Victoria by chance? Jacob looked at the picture and gave a nod of his head. Indeed I have. She's out the east side of town. I'm going to say it's the first or second cabin once you go past the outskirts. Likes her privacy. Theo sat upright, and his smile betrayed the thoughts in his head. You have no idea how glad I am to hear that. Our folks have been looking for her desperately. Just a wellness check. Want to make sure she didn't get kidnapped or something. Jacob nodded his head in agreement and was about to answer, for a man walked up to the counter and interrupted the conversation. You're all good, Jacob. Gonna head out. Man bore the uniform, Carmen light and power, and a smile on his face. Oh, thank you kindly, Terry. You still thinking of moving up this way? Mixed minds on it, honestly. Part of me wants to for the thrill of it. But it is a quiet town, with not being placed in imminent existential peril. This brought another laugh from Jacob, who extended a hand out for the man to shake. I hear that. Who would have guessed our sleepy little town would be so exciting? Suppose I'm going to have to be more mindful when I go out hunting. Terry took the man's hands and gave it a shake. You and me both. Figure I'll work up the courage and join one of the purgation hunts. Just got to make extra sure not to mess with any wolves, especially knowing what all happened. Jacob shrugged some, and this made Theo raise a brow. I'm sorry. What do you mean with any wolves? Terry turned to the seated man and gave another shrug. I should say, no, a shrug of his own. That fits better. Well, they're on edge because of the whole zombies and skeletons thing. Very likely not pleased to see any of us humans traipsing about. Any rate, let me keep you from your food. Theo looked back just as Jacob had placed down a plate with the sandwich cut in half from the corners. Well, I appreciate that. Have a safe drive, sir. Terry gave a nod of his head and then waved a hand as he too departed. This then allowed Theo to turn to Jacob. There we go. Change that a bit. Theo turned to Jacob. Can I get a box to go for this? I want to check in on her as soon as possible and call in. Of course. It'll be $1.50 in total. Man gave a nod of his head and head as Jacob turned and got a carry-out box and started carefully putting the food inside. Theo sipped down the coffee and placed the empty cup on the counter. Before he pulled out his wallet, he then took out a 20 rose bill and placed it on the counter. Keep the change, man. You helped me out a lot. Jacob whistled some and brought the bill over to the register. Want anything else for the road? Could get you a cup of coffee to go at the very least. Theo offered a smile and nodded before the man poured him a tall cup of black and sent him on the way out. As he exited, As he exited, the man saw the sheriff and his deputy were still in the parking lot and did his best to suppress a frown. Harcus, I told you that we would help you, and we have been, have we not? You keep making me come out into the woods. How you think that makes me feel? Theo was trying not to listen in, but as he was about to pass behind the strange dwarf, the little guy turned sharply and leaned back against the sheriff's car. It was such an odd action that Theo stopped for a moment before he shook his head and decided to continue on. Look, I promise you, I swear to you, I will fucking chisel it into a rock just for you. We are going to help you, okay? Sheriff John was getting frustrated, and Harcus scowled at him some before he took a deep breath. I am a stubborn wee bastard, I do. But it just seems... I know how it seems, but we have to take these things one step at a time. We aren't exactly experienced ourselves in having such guests, and now we have 2 of them at once. So, cut us a little slack while we get everything under control, all right? Harcus crossed his arms and then looked down at the snake that was currently looking between him and the sheriff. The Guardian has a point, Harcus. And you know they try as best they can for their neighbors. Theo climbed into his car and started it, thus missing when the sheriff pointed down to the snake that should not be there, and nodded his head. Fine, feck, it ain't easy admitting all ye know for sure to be wrong, okay? It was the last of the conversation he heard before he started to pull out of the lot. He just had to travel east out of town, and from the maps he saw before heading this way, there was only one eastern road. He'd be able to finally catch up to her. Victoria sat on the ruins of the porch, doing her best to keep her nerves under control. She knew he wasn't too far away, and that knowledge helped her. Even more so, being able to see his head as he looked at her from a stand of trees nearby. It had been her stubborn choice to try and normalize the fear she experienced, so that brief moments of isolation wouldn't feel like the entire world was collapsing. She didn't want to freak out each time one of them had to go to the bathroom. That was already a hell of an embarrassing ordeal to go through for the past couple of weeks. Alex was very understanding, though, and he worked with her as much as he could to get her more comfortable. And though she needed him nearby still, she could at least go to the bathroom just around the corner from him. Suddenly she perked up as she saw the car drawing near, and especially when it turned to come up the narrow trail that led to Alex's former cabin. The man seated behind the wheel looked at her intently before he lifted up his phone. The connection was spotty, but he had to call in regardless, for it was the proper order of things. The phone rang a few times, before at last it was picked up. Hey, dickhead, how's it to be freezing your balls off? Jimmy, I need to talk to Hector. I want to know what I know. The connection went a little staticky, but the message was clear enough. All right. Boss, that dickhead Eo is on the phone. Says he wants to... There was a brief pause, but the phone was clearly handed off. A common tactic they used to claim lack of ownership to it. Theo, what's the word out in the north? I found her. In fact, looking right at her. You fucking serious, Theo boy? Well now, that's news. Very good news. The main man will be happy to hear it. Remember, no harm. Theo nodded his head and checked his coat, making sure the gun was easily accessible before he spoke up. I hear you. I'll bring her back now. I'll call when we're on the road. I'll let rest of the boys know. We'll move some up that way just in case. I bet the chief will give whatever you ask for. Well, we'll discuss that when I get back. But top of the list is smacking Jimmy across his smug face. The laugh from the other end was distorted. Well, I can make the pin myself. The static was getting worse, and so the call dropped. But he had at least let them know a rough location. It wasn't like he was going to need to be exacting when he can just bring her back right away. Thus he put the phone back in his pocket and carefully got out of the car. Victoria stood from her seated position while she looked down at a wolf that was settled at her feet, one she knew the arriving man could not see. This spirit stood on all fours and looked carefully at the woman before turning its gaze back to the man and offering a puff of air, a common wolf signal to alert others. Its beautiful pure white coat and golden eyes now stared with a focused intent at Theo. The man offered a cocked smile and then clapped his hands. Well, 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 if it isn't the princess. You know your parents have been looking everywhere for you. The black coat, gloves, pants, and shoes matched the soul of the man in them. I expect they have. Surprised they would send someone like you. The man gave a soft laugh and undid his coat a little. This was an obvious first threat, that he could now get to his pistol quicker. Victoria, however, did not shy away or back down, for she knew something very important the man did not. Well, princess, you had taken off a lot of money when you ran away. As I'm sure you can imagine, that just wasn't right. Your family's worried sick about you, thinking you would do something foolish with all that cash. You aren't ready to handle it all. So, we're going to go back and have a chat with them and get this all settled, yeah? Theo frowned as he watched the woman already shaking her head before he even finished. I don't think so. I think I'm going to stay around here. Victoria knew the dangerous game she was playing with him. Theo was one of the family's most infamous footmen, who killed with the same ease that other people would breathe. He was a truly rotten and wicked sort. Come now, princess. You know your family. They want to talk. And if you bring the money back, I'm sure anything that happened between you all can be easily squared away. I took enough to make sure... I took enough to make it hurt, so I'm pleased they want it back so badly. Theo sighed some as he took a step closer, beginning to walk up to her, and yet she did not back down. Come on, princess. Let's just go take a ride back. Well, hate to break it to you, Theo, but I spent all the money. It was a lie, but she had reimbursed many of the townspeople that had lost their homes during the siege, thus allowing for the wave of construction now taking place. She'd even helped pay for the town to repair the phone poles, and even get a substation started so power could be regulated easier. Hell, some of the money was even sitting in crates nearby, now taking the shape of parts for multiple long greenhouses, ready to be constructed for the tribe. That is truly unfortunate news, but I still gotta take you back to see them, princess. Closer still the man came, now halfway between her and his car. This was far enough. Be that as it may, I won't be going. I found my place here. Speaking of, have you met my mate? I mean my husband. He's a fine man, and right behind you. Theo paused his footsteps, for he casually moved his coat with his left hand. This is what Victoria was waiting for, the casual nature of his violence, and knew the end result was what that was to follow. He truly was a black-hearted man. Theo wasted no time, drawing the pistol with his right hand and turning side on towards the man behind him. Pistol raised and only held for a moment to align the shot before a gunshot rang out. Many would carry smaller calibers, for they were less trusting in their accuracy, but Theo was confident, and thus his Rondas 50 held only 7 rounds, with an 8th in the chamber. Once the shot had been fired, he turned himself immediately to look squarely back at Victoria. The smile on his face for the wickedness he had just done matched the one on her face. On her face? Why was she smiling so broadly? He had just shot her husband, and surely the man would... The man... His mind replayed what had just happened, for he had been so casual about it he had only processed the recipient as a target, and not what it truly was. As he spun around to look, he saw the hulking white werewolf standing between him and the car, stepping close as its ears pointed forward. The fur on its back and belly were standing straight out, its tail bolt upright, movements stiff as it stepped, and yet no growl came. To the outside observer it looked cold and detached, but to those that knew of the wolf and its behaviors, this was what true murderous intent looked like in them. Shot after shot rang out as Victoria turned her head and covered her eyes, all as the man screamed out at the top of his lungs. Pain was already resounding even as the gunfire continued, until he burned through the entirety of the magazine. "What the fuck? Help! Help me! Help!" His words were suddenly cut off, even amidst the cries of his pain, as a sudden loud pop and a crack was heard. The jaws of the white wolf had broken something vital and silenced him, yet the noises did not stop, as the sound of crunching and tearing resounded, even a few claps of powerful jaws snapping closed repeatedly. Victoria still did not look, even as she heard the obvious sound of the man's body slumping to the ground, or the heavy footfalls of the beast getting closer. The warm breath washing over her as Alex leaned his muzzle in close. "Are you okay?" Victoria started to answer, but was cut off as Alex sniffed and nudged at her, a warm wet substance smearing along her cheek, neck, and ear as she started to squirm. "God, no! Alex, stop! That's gross! That's so gross! Alex!" The wolf chuckled some as he kept bumping his bloody muzzle to her before he drew away. "Oh no! You have blood on you. I need to clean that off." Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his long and thick wolf tongue out and over her neck, as her own mouth flew open and tongue lolled out in disgust with a gag. She even flailed her hands back at him, but he simply retreated back and then used the back of his hand as if a rag to clean the rest of the blood. Her own mouth remained open with tongue hanging out as she gave a few groans and leaned her head away from the side that was now wet. It was clear she was trying to process the idea of Theo's blood literally being on her, and shivered a bit. She finally turned the other way to look at Alex with one eye and ensure she couldn't see the body. "You've become much more of a troublemaker lately." "I'm just back to the way I used to be, before the miserable hermit I was." Victoria offered a soft laugh and then pointed at him. "You're still going to live in a cabin out in the middle of the woods. It just happens to be surrounded with a tribe. I think you still are a hermit." "Oh, but not miserable anymore." He then brought his left hand up and took her hand in his, mindful of the sharp claws he had before he squeezed softly. "I'm always thankful each day that you came into my life." "Well, I'm glad to hear that after a couple of weeks. But I think Theo called the others, so they may well know where we are." Alex just gave a shrug before his ears softened and slightly curled to the sides, an indication of happiness in a wolf. "Won't matter. You won't be in this cabin ever again. The Wolfbloods and the others have been very insistent about getting the chieftain's house done. And besides, if more goons show up, I'll just eat them too. This made Victoria sway a little before she shook her head. Did you really eat him? Certainly Theo was an absolutely terrible man in near every sense of the word, but this still seemed macabre to her. Alex turned to look from her back to Theo's body before he tilted his head to the side. Partially. Hard to resist a free liver. Victoria then closed her eyes and breathed in and out slowly. She wanted to keep from thinking too deeply about what he said. I still have no idea how this isn't considered cannibalism, nor how you could stomach that. Different species. Now, if I were to eat a wolverine, well, then I could still fight off a terror spirit, but it leaves a stain regardless. It's actually how we can so easily track gluttonous smilers, but that won't stop them indulging anyways. Victoria nodded her head and then opened her eyes, but still refused to look back towards Theo's body or the car. We're going to need to clean this up and get rid of the car. Now, the body will be dealt with easily enough. As for the car, that man took really good care of it. We'll be ashamed to destroy the spirit when it hasn't done anything wrong. You're kidding, right? People, at least the ones coming, know that is Theo's car. Change the paint, trim, tires, plates. We get a lot of car collectors here on the point. And that car has a spirit in it. I suppose so. I'm worried about it causing trouble. I'll admit my point of view was colored heavily by my family. When they made someone disappear, they meant everything. Well, hope you will enjoy your new family far more. Victoria offered a smile instead of a verbal answer, for she brought her sleeve up and wiped the blood from his muzzle. She then got on her tiptoes and placed a kiss to truly cement her answer. After she pulled back, Alex gave a huff, and she offered one back as best she could mimic. By the way, did Richard and David make it back safely? Of course. They even liked the idea I proposed. I'm going to change this. Allied packs. No, it makes it seem too small. Allied tribes can be rare in this world. Even if we're all on the same side, it can be... Well, we rather get a bit territorial outside extreme circumstances. David also gave some advice to Andrew, who started having the dreams. Victoria nodded her head, and Alex then turned back towards Theo's body before he licked at his muzzle to try and clear some more of the blood away. Well, let's get you back to the building site, in case he had some other friends in town. We have Wolfbloods there camping out, so you won't ever be alone. Then I'll take care of the body and move the car to the tribe after. All right. I'll talk with Vingalik, too. White Wolf nodded his head and then lifted her into his arms as he began to descend deeper into the forest. Idra, who had been standing sentry nearby to keep her company, tagged along, silent in its watch over her. One thing I want to mention. Vingalik is going to set up the spirit net. If you go on it, just remember, the spirits are... Alex looked at the wolf spirit, Yidra, whose ears were softly curled to the sides and tail swaying slightly, indicating a smile. Absolutely not to be trusted on there. Point Crescent was going to change. Its festivals were going to be more extravagant and feature far more wolf iconography going forward. There was nothing that could stop this, and though some of the townspeople would leave, others would come seeking answers or a place in the world. There would be a closer tie to the mountain, and the city they only recently learned was there would be there. And this would be a great boon for them. Whatever threat was to come, most likely from her family, she was grateful to have found a place she truly belonged. She had run and taken what she could to get back at the wickedness she fled, and now she found a true family. Victoria felt she had the greatest boon of them all, and she found it within the den of the Arctic wolf, a wolverin named Alex Reed. And then we go to a break. User, frozen nuts, logged in. Mouseman. Holy shit, look at what the cat dragged in, fellas. Stellar driven. Where the hell you been? We haven't seen you for weeks. Frozen nuts. Yeah, well, the town decided power and security were more pressing concerns than getting the internet back online. So, been without this whole time. So, oh yeah, you were in PC when the undead thing happened? Stellar driven. Don't you live in the Point? Crazy Dreamer 22. Dude, is it true? You were living in that place where the zombies attacked? Yeah? Multiple users message similarity detected. Filtering. Frozen nuts. All out at once, man. Yeah, the whole thing is on the news. It's true, guys. Multiple users spam filtered. Frozen nuts. It was way crazier than you guys realize. Get this. Werewolves are real. Keyword detected. Checking phrasing. Checking context. Frozen nuts. I saw them with my own eyes. Dude, they were incredible. They were fighting a demon and everything. They have powers and stuff. It's completely fucking crazy. Context confirmed. Assigning threat assessment. Contacting NDA server cluster. Cluster not found. Attempting reroute. Secondary access found. Attempted contact of secondary cluster. Information handoff initiated with GR3YW0LF. Administration data purge received. Information handoff successful. Administrator login accepted. Grey Wolf understands. Most beloved protocol activated. War is coming. NDA, make your choice. And that is how the book ends. That's how the book officially ends. Whoa. The intelligence system, the intelligence apparatus, handed off the information to the wrong target. By the way, I'll show you guys what the formatting looks like for this. I chose simple formatting to keep it from going too crazy, right? Oh, whoops! I got the filter on for the movie. Whee-hoo-hoo. Let's take the filter off. Boop. So yeah, again, just simple formatting, just to show like what it is, and I didn't want to obviously Mao 5 man. Spaghetti-o. Map, see? Information handoff initiated with Grey Wolf. Oh yeah, NDA obfuscation bit them in the ass. So now Grey Wolf has the information. Remember, this takes place 1 year after the awakening of William Lowell. So Grey Wolf is still relatively new, but the war is already on, right? Grey Wolf is still relatively new, but war is on. War is coming, baby. As that is the motto for the tribe. So Grey Wolf as a tribe, its whole thing, it will have an AI partner. It's not actually AI. They call it an AI system because they don't want to reveal that it's actually a spirit that works for Frostfang. Remember, Frostfang is the greater spirit that William Lowell works with. Frostfang is going to be the spirit that controls the entire tribe of Grey Wolf. A spirit underneath Frostfang will be nicknamed Grandfather, and he is the artificial intelligence, air quotes, that is basically like intercepting signals and doing things in the sidelines, right? And his code name for going on to like the Spirit Net and everything like that is Grey Wolf, only spelled with obviously numbers and stuff in there too. So yeah, basically they've set up a trap to try to get information. So when the artificial intelligence, and air quotes on the NDA version too, because it's not really like intelligent, it makes guesses, right? like it makes the artificial intelligence the NDA uses makes guesses, but it makes guesses on probabilities of things. Like if it gets a key phrase, it'll then check like context. What are they saying? Do they say, "Oh yeah, in the movie"? All right, well we can ignore that, right? Or in the book, we can ignore that. In the TV show, ignore. But if they start talking about like they're real, like I saw them with my own eyes, dude, they were incredible. They were fighting a demon and everything. They have powers and stuff. It's completely crazy. All of this stuff is building up context. It's like, okay, well, context confirmed. Okay, we know a location. We're sending out things like location Point Crescent. Yeah, gets fucking sniped by Grey Wolf. And again, there are references to Grey Wolf in all the other books too. Less so in like Beneath the Canopy. There will be a little bit of one, and that'll be the initiating thing because William will go to Jeremiah Rossman and basically ask him like, "Do you know anybody like that's manufacturing? Do you have like a really good manufacturer? I don't want to directly associate Everglade in with it, but do you know maybe like specialty shop or a bespoke like or boutique sort of like arms manufacturer and things like that?" And that's what sets him on the course to run into the other tribe, which is a small tribe. Jeremiah didn't want to absorb them, and people always ask like why. Jeremiah seems very cutthroat. He didn't want to absorb them because tribe versus tribe. He doesn't really like doing that unless he has to, which is why he was going to go to war against Smiling Wolf Studios because one, he thought they were Smilers, and the possibility of them being a whole group of Smilers freaked him out, and two, they were on a convergence point that he wanted. So Jeremiah is going to basically set him up in the right direction. So that's going to be Beneath the Canopy, the talks with William to get the thing set up. In House of Desires, William will be directly training with Jonathan Ulfither, and will be setting up like the pieces of it. He's going to use some of Jonathan's men to basically act as like the raid teams with him until he can get an actual establishment of Grey Wolf going. And then in Piercing the Veil, we're 2 years after William awakened. Grey Wolf is now fully established. They have their own arms, supplies, they have their own uniforms and everything. It's becoming an actual PMC, an actual private military corporation. And they're deep in the shadow war between the NDA and themselves. So yeah, that's what we're up to. What a way to start, right? What do we start? We're gonna get to the craziness for today, but I'm kind of like holding it off too. Oh, I'm definitely gonna hold it off now because my stomach just said, "Hey, how's it going?" I will be right back a moment, chat, and then I'll talk about an anime I'm watching, and then we will begin the dissection of Zootopia 2 and how just genuinely terrible it is. But yeah, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I exist. Oh my god. Shoot. Right, chat. Chat. Okay. Things and stuff. So, anyways, chat, one of the things I wanted to ask too about Den of the Arctic Wolf before we go into the anime, and then we go into actually all the rest of the stream after our discussions here at the front are going to be all about Zootopia 2. So I want to get the discussions stuff out of the way first before we dive into the utter shit show. But how'd you guys feel about the like 2 weeks later chapter, right? Chapter 22 in general. Because I wanted to set up, like, of course, Victoria's family is looking for her. Victoria's infamous mob family is looking for her. Also, let's kind of the town settle a bit more in the aftermath. Gets things going. A little bit of the humor, like, and callbacks, like, Derek eating the dog treats and then handing them out to Alex and David, who all three of them started eating dog treats because it was unironically good. So that's become kind of like a town in joke because Corey Vander was telling everybody about it. So now the town will kind of give like doggy treats to the Wolverine, and if they know who they are or they suspect that somebody's Wolverine, they'll hand them dog treats. Also setting up like a little bit more of like the relationships going forward, like how things are going to happen. The one thing I thought was funny, but I don't know if other people find funny, was Alex obviously like being a little more mischievous. He's not as dour as he used to be. So he obviously like when he ate Theo and he bumps up against Victoria and stuff like that and smears blood on her and stuff like that, and he's like, oh, like, oh no, you got blood on you. But that's also part of like why Victoria finds it macabre, but Alex doesn't care. Again, he's Wolverine. He doesn't give a shit. He's much more neutral on the standing of people. And again, that includes dwarves, elves, humans, halflings, gnomes, all of it. Let's see. Also, again, the stuff being wiped, all that stuff is a reference back again to Guardians of Nature in the book, in the first book, Guardians of Nature, where like the Smiler, when he attacked the black site, he used the camera gift to basically wipe everything, including the black box. And the same thing happens at the visitor center with the Rangers. The Rangers wipe all the footage, but they use the excuse the sprinklers went off. They just made sure they went off in like every room. Like they use the excuse the sprinkler system went off, and that's why the footage is missing. But they use the camera. They use the camera gift, the gift of the unseen to basically wipe everything. Which again, the hard limitation is that it has to be in the local area. So if somebody's like live streaming, it'll take down the live stream, but it won't have gotten rid of like anybody watching the live stream, It won't like touch anybody's data that's connected to said live stream. So if somebody starts recording a live stream themselves, it won't touch that recording. That's part of like the downsides. Technology's advancing, things like live streams exist. So, that's why it's not like a for sure thing. You have to be careful. Here they're like, okay, the shield spell's up, it's disrupting all the signals and everything like that. Nobody can call out with radio, let alone the internet, especially now that the telephone poles and everything are down. So power's out on the town. So zippity zoop, we'll just get rid of all of the local evidence, and that should be good enough. No, there shouldn't be any physical evidence that we're here. And remember, the unseen also deals with actual physical evidence. So, like bits of fur, blood, things like that, or other bodily fluids, as unfortunately discovered in Guardians of Nature. So, this is basically to cover their tracks more. Unfortunately, it also created a track, but that was an unintended consequence in Guardians of Nature. Because the Smiler cut his foot up badly, his foot was bleeding, and so when he stepped, he left a bloody paw print. The paw print then melted into the floor a little bit, so that left behind evidence of the paw print. Even though it was very subtle, William barely saw it, but he saw it because of the flashlights going over it. Alright. Now, to a couple of new things. One, I finished Too Bad Pussy Destroyer is terminally online. Yeah. Yep. That's the thing with, like, why Meraxes came to them in Guardians of Nature. Well, he's said to have come to them. I'm at the part where Michael is talking to Jennifer, and he's explaining that Meraxes came down before them, and was explaining, like, this last war is like the end of it. You guys aren't going to be able to hide forever. It's pointless. Technology is getting way too advanced. You're not going to get into some cyberpunk future or anything like that without being discovered. Like, it's just too much now. There are too many people streaming at all times. There's too many people with phones who have cameras and everything. You aren't going to hide it forever. You're getting lucky, basically, at this point. You're getting very, very lucky. Man. So, next bit of news. I finished Fate Zero. On a much better website, by the way, too, which actually, like, automatically takes you in order through the Fate series. Like, it has all of the Fates, their specials, and their movies in chronological order already. If you want to actually just start there. You don't have to literally skip anything. It'll literally just go straight into the next series. A really, really fucking cool site. Which we can't talk about because it's a whatchamacallit, it's a bit of a yahar site. But way better subtitling, stuff like that, to the point where they're actually, like, the subtitles are actually moved on different parts of the screen, specifically indicating different parts that need to be subtitled. And what I mean by that is most subtitlers will just have all the subtitles are in the center column, right? This one actually has, like, if they're looking at a sign or there's a sign off to the top left, the words will be on the top left. You don't have to worry about them taking up a spot in the middle of the screen. It's really, really nice. I mean, it is really nice. Oh, and they color match depending on what the words are in. So if it's in blood or something like that, the subtitles will be in red. If it's just black words on a sign, it'll be black, so on and so forth. It's really fucking nice. Because of phones and internet being such a writing problem to overcome. Mine, that's part of it. So part of what's keeping the Wolverine secret worldwide is the various different stances of the governance. The clan holds more are like ranting and raving that they do exist because they've been at war with them for, millennia. But everybody just kind of treats the clan holds as like those fucking hill jack dwarves. The Sahir know they exist, but they to put it differently, let me explain this. I made a mention on Kree's Discord, and I'm going to read from what I had said on Kree's Discord, and I brought it over to my Discord. Long nap, but it's contemporary fantasy. Bring it over here so I can just read it and look at you guys too. Long nap, but it's contemporary fantasy. It is a world where mages are a known quantity, but magic is a science where the artistry comes from using it creatively. The Third World War was caused when the dragons were discovered to be real, which now added yet another faction that all the countries had to worry about. Well, those that didn't know already. It didn't end well because the dragons are the literal font of magic and can use contradictory magics. Think of it as opposing spheres at the same time to create something new, like water magic and fire magic to make steam magics. In a normal person, this would cause said person to combine them within their body and make them violently detonate in a steam explosion. The war was fizzling out, but came to an abrupt end when the dragon Devarixis, which we mention in a couple spots, and Guardians of Nature is one of them, cast a single spell that wiped out an island and all the cities and towns on it. He basically displaced all living things on the island for 1 year, which led to the creation of Hattori Island Syndrome, because those people were entirely aware and unable to move for that year. This is also the war that nullified the concept of the nuclear arsenal, because dragons could disintegrate them or displace them elsewhere. Meanwhile, stuff like werewolves and other shifters, vampires and ghosts existing is an unknown, but rapidly becoming undeniable as technology is continuing to advance, and removing the evidence is getting more troublesome. It is a lesson in that just because X exists, in this case mages, does not automatically mean you can assume all other fantastical things do, and those that do exist will not work in the way that is known. In Den of the Arctic Wolf, we explained it when Jackson Weaver was explaining, like, of course werewolves exist. Did you not think about the man-wolves that were helping the Rosentian army back in the founding of the Republic? Or the fact that the flag of the Capitol has a wolf on it and everything? Like, of course they existed. Don't you know your histories? Yeah, and stuff like sea serpents and krakens exist, and that made Derek, the Gravor, suddenly light up, and he was like, oh, sea serpents and krakens are real? Not realizing that Jackson was falling victim to that, jumping to the conclusion that because X exists, therefore ZABC exists. It's like, that's not how it works. You can't make those assumptions. The dwarven clanholds have very negative view of shifters because of constant conflicts throughout their history, so a lot of media and myths from them have negative portrayals. The elves of the Golden Dawn Imperium view them as misguided and foolish caretakers of nature, because of their own unaligned ideals about what nature is. To the elves, nature is a curated garden, not a living and breathing thing, which the shifters cannot stand nature's freedom being shackled like that. To the lizardmen of the Sahir, they are mysterious and transitory figures that appear as if avenging angels to correct a mortal faux pas, and then disappear back into the sands. So their mythologies lend them even more otherworldly status and act as judges against the wicked. To the lizardmen of the Swaha, they are the elusive protectors of hidden glades and fantastical lost cities, deep within the thick rainforest of their home. To the people of the Republic of Rosentia, they are the protector beings that roam the forests and hold communion with the spirits. Rosentia is a very spiritual republic, with local gods and shrines dedicated to them. Things like the spirit totem built in the attic of homes and construction to watch over its occupants, donating to the local shrine for good marriage or business proposal. As time has gone on, most don't do it because they truly believe, but out of the tradition and ceremony. There are also mistaken beliefs of transferring the status of werewolf or other shifters through a bite, which is a misunderstanding of what the curse mark the Wolverine, werewolves, can use on people to make cannon fodder. Most believe silver works on werewolves in popular media because of these cannon fodder. Silver is the metal of truth, so it affects things of falsity. But the shifters are their own species, thus silver just acts as a metal to them. But to a vampire, or a zombie, or one of the curse-afflicted false sulfur, fake wolves, it burns and crackles and attacks their being for being untrue. On the flip side, silver's reflection also reveals the truth. Zombies look like zombies, so nothing changed there. But vampires don't reflect in silver mirrors, and false sulfur look like their original form in silver regardless of what they look like now. While all other shifters look like their true forms at all times in silver. So, big werewolf, or were-raven, or were-fox, etc. There are beliefs that werewolves are completely mindless killing machines, which is a mistaken viewing of their awakening. where the original sin of wrath commandeers them until it burns itself out. There is belief spread that the werewolves require the full moon, but this is a misunderstanding of the deep bond the Wolverine have with Mani, the moon, whose phases they were born under dictate what caste they are amongst the five. It's all about differing perspectives and how these little kernels all have a bit of the truth, but it's distorted because of those perspectives, colored by their own experiences. It's why the divine realms has thousands of different names, like the celestial plane, the realm of souls, the astral fields, the arcane, the divine, the spirit world. Same goes for vampires. Even known elements like mages and dragons are steeped in perception-based misunderstandings. Only the actual races of those things know the full truth. Save vampires, but they are hunted by shifters because of the truth. This extends to things like the awakened hunters as well, who are people that have faced a near-death experience and had their soul jump the gun, as it were, starting spiritification, and yet they lived. This leaves a scar on their soul in the form of a new phobia tangentially related to how they nearly died. Again, Harkis can't stand when any person's behind him, because he's expecting to get shot again, or he's expecting to get hurt from behind again. Victoria can't stand to be alone anymore, because she was alone in the cold, starving to death. Let's see. This is where myths of shamans and druids and wardens of the forest come from, because these awakened people, who the Wolverine call Andvaki, are now half-spirits and thus can interact with other side of the mirror, or the realm of spirits, who they call neighbors. Though, through this, they can borrow the power of spirits to perform magic, even if they were never magical in and of themselves before. This is where druidic rituals and shaman rites and such came from throughout history, as an old shaman or druid would want to keep belief strong in their tribe. They would have prospective new awakened face a near-death experience. Most don't awaken. Some die in the attempt. But those that do awaken can see the spirits all around them that inhabit and live in the world. To a normal person, the Andvaki look insane, talking to themselves or warning of dangers that aren't there, because they can see and hear the spirits all around. This also gets people to associate them as rogue wizards or mad mages, because they see these people using spirit powers and mistake them for pure magic that only wizards can do. Spirits are very social creatures and love gossip, especially, so could form compacts with the Andvaki to elevate both their status in the divine realm and the courts of the divine dragon. Rising tide raises all ships. Andvaki also share a strange bond with shifters, who as a species are half spirits as well, which allows them the use of spirit magics. Unlike the Andvaki, they do not borrow it. They learn it from training with said spirits. Andvaki are looked upon favorably by shifters when they are discovered. This comes from the divine mandate that the shifters operate under: protect nature, the spirits, and the natural order. Thus, Andvaki being half-spirits is very precious to them. But that doesn't mean all shifters know of their existence inherently. It's more cast in rumor and myth, and only some tribes run into these awakened hunters to learn it is entirely true. Thus gets into a weird kind of older brother relationship with them. Andvaki are bumbling idiots that get themselves into trouble, and the shifters can step in to protect them. But at the same time, the shifters do care for them, even if they cause headaches and make the threat of exposure greater. Also, they aren't a fan that Andvaki can see them for what they are at all times. Perks of being a half-spirit is to have a lot of the hidden things revealed. So yeah. That's stuff I carried over from Kree's Discord. I just decided to copy that over for easier archiving, because I can archive it here. In fact, I should probably pin the top message of that. Beep. Beep. Okay. Yeah, we'll get that pinned. Okay. Yeah, so my whole thing is I actually want the challenge of like live streams and phone recordings and pictures and things like that out there. There are things that deal with it, but it's not all encompassing, right? That's it. Okay, Logic 101 dropped a banger for like comics. European comics. Well, there's these two guys who have been friends for 20 years. One of them writes the scripts and the other makes the art. American comics. The publisher wants us to crank out a new chapter every month, so we have one dude who writes it, another one plans the page layout and sketches, a third person inks the page, and fourth one colors it, and the fifth one is on the payroll just to fight the publisher about the requested edits and corrections. Japanese comics. The publisher wants us to crank out a new chapter every month, so we have just this one dude doing the whole damn thing on his own in a tiny apartment while slowly going insane. Oh my god. Yep. That's comics for you. Absolutely. Okay, anyways. Chat. Now, one last piece of business before we start on the dive into Zootopia 2. So, like I said, I watched Fate Zero and everything. That's all done. I started watching a new isekai that was highly recommended. Like, 9.14 out of 909 reviews. 9.14 out of 10 with 909 reviews. And it's genuine. It has actually genuinely been really good. So it's called No Longer Allowed in Another World. And what it is there's a dude who is an author who is completely depressed and he's in pain all the time and he's suicidal. So him and this girl, Sachan, are going to commit double suicide together. They go to the river during a rainstorm and everything like that, and they're both about to jump in. They tie a red string around both their hands. And before they jump in, Truck Coon shows up and smokes him. Smokes both of them. Truck Coon just out of nowhere. Boom. Now, Truck Coon is actually given backstory in this isekai. Truck Coon is the physical manifestation of the god's will, and it transports people that are losers, lowlifes, depressed, life just down and out, people that are like suicidal or can't do anything, they're stuck in their current situation. It transports them to this other world. And in this other world, they are given superhuman capabilities. And they are told, go fight the Demon Lord, right? And it's the usual. Go, here's your superhuman capability. It's an OP skill. Go fight the Demon Lord. But what's so interesting about this is it has the natural consequences of that. Otherworlders are rare, but they're everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, they're rare in the sense that in comparison to the rest of the world, they make up like 0.5% of the population. That's still a lot. And all of these people were the losers, the pathetic individuals, the lowlifes, the degenerates that were down and out. Like, society wouldn't miss them, right? And they gave these people OP skills. What do you think would actually happen? Like, the very first villain of the show, he is a man, he was a kid who constantly got bullied, and his bullies took it to the extreme, to the point they always referred to him as a dog and treated him like a physical, actual dog, right? Like they were going to put him in a leash and shit like that. And that, dogs don't need to talk, and throwing like dog food and shit at him, right? He comes into the world and he gets a skill called Pet, where he can turn things to his side. So he's going to be like the Pokemon guy, right? He's going to go like, hey, if I touch an entity with my hand, I can convince them to be on my side. And now I can use these wolves I got to go battle these ogres to then go battle, stuff like that, right? He's the Pokemon trainer. It works on people. Yep. Andy Boy Scout got it. It works on people. So what happens when the loser who has developed a complex for being put down, when he bumps into somebody and somebody's first reaction unthinkingly is just like, what the fuck, you stupid otherworlder? It works on people. So he's going to use it on people. I like that they're taking this whole concept of like, no, this is the consequence of opening the floodgate. You weren't selective in who you chose. You took the losers, degenerates. You took the people down and out on their luck, the people angry, the people that were depressive or suicidal, and you give them superpowers, and you expect they're going to be good? The Demon Lord was the lesser of the two evils. The Demon Lord was, like, genuinely far better for the world than all of these people are. And what's interesting is our main character, the suicidal guy, comes in, and he doesn't get a special ability. He doesn't gain superpowers. His HP value is literally 1. He is the weakest, most pathetic one on the entire planet. But it's because he doesn't have that OP ability or anything like that. He's able to think things through, like, incredibly logically. He's able to dissect other people and realize, like, hey, you're doing this because of your own insecurities and things like that. So that first villain, he beats him by writing a book about him, his insecurities, his failings, how he went from being gifted these great powers and being a hero into his fall from grace. And when he writes the end of his story, he banishes him back to the real world he came from. But what I like about it is, like, it's his choice. The dude can write a story about you or not. It's almost like he gets to judge who gets to go home. Oh yeah, literally the very first combat he gets in, a Nikomata? Anyways, a cat girl gets attacked by a death tree, and she's being strangled, and her life force is being drained from her, and she's calling out for help, and he comes over to help her, and he's like, hold on, I'll try to help, and he waddles over super slowly, because he is super unhealthy, he has the permanent poison status on him, and he reaches up to try to get her, and she's way up there, and he tries to jump, and he has this little hop that he barely gets, like, a couple inches off the ground. He's like, It's like, I'm sorry, I can't get you. The tree then wraps the thing around his neck and hangs him. And he's like, I can't breathe. Oh, joy, I get to die. And she's freaking the fuck out. She's like, you're useless. Oh my God. Help. Help me. Oh. And he survived. He always survives. He's seeking death, but he always survives. But it's not in that whole thing where, like, he never gets hurt or anything like that. No. He genuinely, like, gets torn up real bad, and it's only through healing magic existing that he's saved a couple times. But he, like, cuts through all of the, like, he doesn't do the pomp and circumstance. He cuts through to who people actually are. And what they realize, what a lot of the priests realize, is that he's the last isekai person. He's the last otherworlder that's coming. And his ability is to send otherworlders out of this world. He's literally the god's answer to, like, cleaning up the trash. He has no desires or ambitions to take over or anything like that. He just wants to try to find Sa-chan if she's here, and then commit double suicide with her, like they wanted to, so they could be together forever. That's what he wants. That's his actual goal. So as he meets people, he cuts through all the ego and the arrogance and the self-righteousness to exactly who they are. And that's very destructive to most of these people. But again, he doesn't have to send them back. There was a rich dude who constantly complained that he was given everything in life, so he kind of like developed this thing where he didn't really feel alive because nothing came as a challenge to him and he wanted to feel alive. He attacked one of the maids with a fork and tried to kill her so he could just try to feel something. He's a literal like sociopath, right? And our main character doesn't send him back to the world. No, our main character instead powers up a different character because he's more interested in this other person's story, and he writes them and frees them of the burdens that are holding them back, and that allows them to awaken the hidden power within themselves, and they kill that motherfucker. So he gets to like he gets to choose how, because he picks the people who have like stories worth writing about. Again, I actually really, really like it. It is really well done. I actually like how thought through it is and thoughtful it is. And you wouldn't expect it from the premise. The premise sounds like absurd. But no, they clearly like put a ton of effort into this. And it's not and it doesn't show like all the people in a good light, right? It doesn't show all the normal worlder people here in a good light. It shows that there are assholes and there are greedy people amongst everyone. They don't have like, oh, the other worlders are all bad and all the normal people are all the good ones who are the greatest, most noble and pure. It's like, no. There are assholes amongst them. There are corrupt pieces of shit. There are greedy people. It's an actual world. Yeah, it's a really well done. In fact, our priest character, the one who meets him, she was going like, "Hero, you have been summoned." She's doing the rigmarole. She's going through the lines of dialogue to the point where he asks her a question and she forgets her lines for a second, right? And it's revealed that the reason why she's this way is because how many hundreds of heroes has she brought to this world? It's tiring to always bring the chosen one into the world, right? Oh, you are the 115 chosen one. Oh, welcome. You will surely do it. And remember, she's not the only priest. There are, in this world, there are like, I think it's 6 temples entirely? Or no. Sorry, it's 4 temples and then the holy city itself. Yeah, where the Pope is. And again, all the priests are shown to be good people, right? We haven't gotten to a part where the priesthood are actually evil. All the priests are shown to be good people, but they're become cynical and bitter because it's just like these other worlders suck. They're not good people. They have overpowered skills. Oh wow, I pulled the mythical sword from the stone on the very first try. I must be super special. And then she shows arrogance. Like his sin is arrogance. It's actually pretty fucking interesting. I actually genuinely like it. But yeah. Alright, chat, I've been delaying long enough. I've delayed long enough. It's time. An hour and 35 minutes into the stream, and we're going to actually start talking about the main point of the stream. Yeah, I can't escape it anymore. We have to get to it at some point. Welcome to our discussion on Zootopia 2. So obviously we have the filter on. The sound is off. I've got the subtitles on, so you should be able to read everything. And we will talk through the disaster that is this movie. We're going to talk through how genuinely awful this movie truly is. Hang on, let me do this. Boop, boop. So I'm like, I have the filter set as my thing, so if I switch over, I can just hit space. Yeah. So Disney, this is during Disney's whole DEI phase, hardcore phase, right? What happened before, and we're getting the whole flashbacks thing here, right? We're getting all the flashbacks, stuff like that. To like, shockingly, a better movie. Isn't that awful? Isn't that genuinely terrible? That Zootopia 1 was better, and Zootopia 1 is a disaster of a movie, and Zootopia 1 was better. Zootopia 2 is a way worse movie. So much worse. It's so, like, brutally bad. And they don't seem to understand, like, Judy doesn't learn anything. She's still the same arrogant, obnoxious bitch that she was from the first movie. She has literally learned nothing. Nick is actually made way dumber in this movie. Like, they take him down like 50 IQ points. Because Nick isn't allowed to be better at anything than Judy. Judy's the star. She's a woman. Therefore, she's better in every way. And I kid you not. Yeah, she's actually more insufferable because of the whole women are superior in everything at all times. Like, that's what makes her even worse in this. And it is so bad that, like, even when we're introduced to new characters, all of the males we're introduced to are kind of flaky or kind of dumb sounding and everything, or evil or that stuff. While all the women are, like, much more noble and smart and capable and weird and quirky, but they're the kind of quirky that works for them, sort of stuff. It's genuinely awful. Yeah, it turns out there's despite being just one number, there's a mountain of difference from a 3 to a 2. I said Zootopia 1 was like a 2 out of 10. Maybe I could see it being 3, maybe, but it's Zootopia 1 was pure style and no substance. Zootopia 2 is still pure style and no substance, but the rot is set in, right? The rot and the corruption has set in. Judy Hopps is as much of a corrupt cop as she was in the first one. In fact, worse now because of the way things are going. I did call the twist. Let me see if I can jump to where the twist was. Because I called it fairly early into the movie. Okay, so 19 minutes into the movie is when I called it. So 19 minutes in, I called it. Just like, we'll get to it. We'll get to the big twist that was so blatant. This is not me like showboating that I'm so smart. This is me like, oh my god, this twist was so fucking obvious it hurt. It was so painful that this is the way they were going with it, right? Yes, Judy is a Mary Sue. 1 billion %. She's the worst one. In fact, I say she is worse than Ray Palpatine, but she just doesn't have superpowers. She is Ray Palpatine without superpowers. And yet the universe still bends around and fucks with things for her to succeed. It is so frustrating. Also, I don't know why they keep making this whole deal of making a cop movie, but turns itself into a spy thriller out of nowhere. Zootopia 2 feels like that. Oh, 100%. 100%. Warning in the words of the greatest film critic, it stinks. Yeah. Zootopia IP exists solely for the Rule 34 economy, and I'm tired of pretending that's not the case. 100% true. I agree with Tailfin on this one. Again, Zootopia, as a franchise, the entire IP is pure style and no substance. There is nothing here. It is all vapid nonsense. Every single moment of it. None of it makes sense. It is just a dog shit written world. None of the world building works. It is just terrible. It's bad. It's bad in every sense of the word. The only thing it has going for it is the designs. This is all it has going for it. The designs of the characters and everything like that. The visuals, that's it. That's all it is. But we want to talk about things of like that don't make any sense, right? It's the Disney version of the Vizzy Pop Hell universe, 100%. It's a paint job on a mud hut. There you go. The parody story about abortion has more depth than this. I agree. So, we're starting this, right? Well, it's a whole news anchor broadcast. We have problems already right out of the gate. This is what immediately made me realize we're in for a rough ride. We're in for a very rough time. Right here. What's the problem you see here? Who can spot the problem immediately with this screen right here? No. Brian has got it. Brian has got it. Immediately. Where the fuck? How do they have this news footage? Where'd they get this footage from? This is the shot from the first movie. This was from Judy Hopps' eyeballs. Where'd they get this footage from? This is already where I'm like, oh no, we're in for a rough one already. We already have a scene of the impossible cameraman. Yeah, it's not like if it was CCTV footage or something like that. Like, they changed the angle of it and they had it like a staticky filter on it, stuff like that, and be like, CCTV footage shows Nick Wilde here doing something in the back of this van, and be like, okay. Weird that CCTV footage would be there when Nick knows about the cameras, but, you know, whatever. But here, it's just like, yeah, that's a bit rough. Yep, we ain't giving a single shit on this one. Oh, no. This is this is the tip of the iceberg. This is the moment I was like, oh, no. I think I literally said, hang on, let me jump to it. Because we got to get to where, because we don't know what the initial, like, thing is going to be, right? I'm asking, like, what happened to Mayor Lionheart? But, like, immediately, I was like, wait, how did the news have that video of Nick with the jar? And then Brian Windancer. So I was like, where the fuck is Mayor Lionheart? Okay, acknowledging the weather walls doesn't make them suddenly make sense. Yeah. So this is where we get into all the huge problems, right? Now, I would be okay with that if they actually go with that as a plot point, Jackson. The whole, like, that was one of my favorite clues that clued them into like something really shady was going on was when they started realizing, wait a minute, where's the camera? How are they getting these pictures? And then they realized the interceptors, like, they were literally in people's bloodstreams. They were, like, hijacking their eyeballs to use as cameras. And then that guy has a unfortunate run-in with some anti-tank rifles. I think that's the kindest way to put what happens to that poor detective in Ghost in the Shell. Woo, boy! As SF Debris put it when he did his review, he stopped the video and he's like, oh no, and he put on two kittens fighting in a clothing basket. He's like, oh, just watch the kittens. Just look at the kittens. Don't even think about what's going on right now. Just look at the kittens. Oh, good Lord. Of Stone Alone Complex. Oh. Do you think it's possible to make a space game that's both a great RPG and a great sandbox? Starfield's failure to deliver on this made it my biggest disappointment in a new release ever. I think it is, yeah. It's not too difficult. Dyslexia. My favorite joke about dyslexia. Rapar, you might enjoy this. My favorite joke about dyslexia is, shouldn't we call it Lexdecia? That way people who had it would know what they had. Oh. Oh my God. Anyways. Yeah, no, it shouldn't be difficult. What you need to do, this is going to sound counterintuitive. If you want a great sandbox and a great RPG in one, you need to focus on the gameplay first. First and foremost, the gameplay needs to be solid. The RPG choices can come later, but you need to hammer down the movement, the combat, the interactions. This needs to be your primary focus. Don't focus on the RPG stuff first. You need to focus on the minute-to-minute gameplay. That is your primary focus, right? It's just, ugh. Oh, dude, I can get into so much shit about how much I hate Starbound as well. I'm with Cree. Starbound is terrible. But that gets into a whole other can of worms. You know, I was fine never ever watching this movie. The simple idea that was worse than the first in my mind was perfectly fine. Why did you do this to us? Such misery loves company. So buckle up. We're going on a miserable ride. Starbound was a disappointment. Still abandonware for some reason. Yeah, I know. It's fucking weird. That focus on the quality gameplay is why Skyrim is so... Why do people like Skyrim? I think it was just Skyrim was in the right place at the right time. I think that's the entire story of why Skyrim was successful. Because it's a shit RPG with terrible writing and terrible gameplay and mechanics. It's not good. I just think it came out at the right time and the right place. Subjected some of us to it on Sat Showtime, and so I want to bitch about it too. Yeah, that's the way to look at it. Yep, it's a bland RPG that you can fill with mods. That's the way to look at it. Right. So again, uncovered a conspiracy. We get into the whole thing of like they're talking about the conspiracy and stuff. Using a toy carrot recorder pin. So they use the pin in court. Alright? Chain of custody is a big problem. Also, why is the court stenographer here? Like, the court stenographer should be next to the judge. But not knowing how courtrooms work is the least of this, like, movie's sins. Okay? The stenographer is not sitting right within throttling range where their accurate record of the events can be tampered with. The stenographer is over by the judge. In fact, usually they'll be in the little, you have two ways the stenographer will sit. Either they'll be in a special chair and system by themselves next to the bailiff, who is on the right side, or they will be in the bullpen in front of the judge on the right side. So you have the judge at the very top, you have his assistants directly underneath him, and next to the side, they have they're opposite the witness stand, because they're not supposed to focus on the witness. They are purely there to listen to the words being said and recording them. They will then be on the right side in that bullpen. That's kind of like bullpen. Sorry, that's kind of like how it works. If they aren't separated on themselves on the right side, but yeah, that's how the courts work. The stenographer should not be paying attention to what the witness is doing, what the witness is like, what their functions. They aren't there to write down the witness raised their left hand and looked very cross. They're not writing a book. They are taking down the exact words said, and court stenographers are fucking fast, by the way, because they aren't using QWERTY keyboard. They're using vowel sounds like g, huh, buh. They don't use A, B, C, D, Q, W, E, R, T, Y. They don't use any of that. It's all vowel sounds. So they are incredibly quick and incredibly accurate. Yeah, you have to have actual training to use a stenographer. You can't just, like, a normal person wouldn't be able to do it. It looks so weird and alien. Hold on, let me show you what a stenographer actually looks like. Because it does. It looks so alien. But this is what they look like, chat. Boop. This is their entire keyboard. And they are super quick. We're talking like they get a couple thousand words a minute. Like, stenography is incredibly speedy. It is super fast. Like, this shit is like, my God, the moment you say it, it is recorded. Because remember, it's vowel sounds. So they're listening to the vowel sounds in somebody's words. Like, when you would say, like, hello, they're not going to type in HELLO. They type in hello. 2 button inpushes. 2 button presses. Hello. It is such a neat fucking system. Like, yes. And Exhumed gets it. It's a very neat system. The left side here, this is used for the starting sounds. The right side is used for the ending sounds. So at reading it as you would start like, hello. Hello, by the way. Welcome. Welcome. Anyways, like I said, them not knowing how a court is laid out is the least of their sins. And, of course, Bellwether freaks the fuck out and goes genuinely batshit crazy, right? This is to the point where it's like, Bellwether isn't a competent villain or anything like that. She doesn't sit there and accept it. No, she flips her shit to get the most obvious guilty verdict of all time, right? And this is supposed to be the thing. This is actually a setup for later, which is terribly paid off, by the way. This is awful. Faces accountability and has a woman moment. Yep. Even more than that, violence within the courtroom can be added to your sentence. Like, you don't understand. If you attack the bailiffs or the judge or anybody else in the courtroom, which is what she did, your ass is getting a more extreme sentence. You're making things way worse for yourself. Again, what they should have done was attack this on the credibility of the chain of evidence, right? Like, how did they get this recording? Like, did I actually say it? I didn't actually say it. What if they pieced this together beforehand? You know? Like, I would attack the credibility of the evidence itself. But she doesn't do that. Instead, the evidence is played in court and she flips the fuck out. Yeah, so. Your 2-year sentence gets reinforced with 20-year one. Yeah, basically. Oh, but yeah, this is going to get into the character assassination of Nick. And I made the pun in the Discord, and everybody loved it, and everybody cheered. The character assassination of Nick is wild. Then you would have to actually understand how courts work. Oh my god, yeah. And to be fair, I will cut Zootopia credit. I'll cut them some slack. Understanding the court system is not necessary for the rest of the drama, right? There are court shows that don't understand how the court system works, and that's a problem. Here, okay, you don't understand how the courts work. Got it. That's okay. Dude, yeah, his character gets so thoroughly assassinated, he might as well not be Nick Wilde, okay? It might as well be somebody else. In fact, the movie is better if you just assume that Nick, like, left, or he got assigned to a different area. So this is the new, like, graduating class that they show us. And already, like, we're setting up some shit, as you can tell, right? What do you notice about this graduating class? First and foremost, very speciesist pairing, isn't it? On everything. And I do mean literally everything. When in the first movie, that wasn't a problem. These guys are not. These guys, the ones in actual, like, uniforms back here are not new recruits graduating. Right? At least I think they're not. These are our main cast of chucklefucks. Oh, dude, the Judge Jumper is wild. That dude got some fucking air. Holy shit. Yeah, all of them don't like Nick. For whatever reason, all of them are, like, glaring at the fox, right? Okay, yes, dude, the amount of references in this movie is wild. Like, the amount of references, and we're talking about references that are like, why do you have this in a kid's movie? Right? They have a reference to The Shining, for God's sakes. To Jack Nicholas, like, going through the hedge maze and like, I'm like, why do you have a reference to The Shining? What the fuck? Why? Oh my god. Well, no, remember, hippos are carnivores as well. That's the other thing, too. This is the weirdest part, is that hippos are carnivores, but people don't think of them as carnivores, but they're incredibly fucking, like, territorial and vicious. And zebras are assholes. Zebras are always assholes. Like, in the animal kingdom, they're, like, you look up asshole in the animal kingdom dictionary, and it's zebra. Zebras are there front and center. They are the biggest assholes in the animal kingdom. Here are douchebags. Oh my god. No, yeah. Why are they getting the better assignments if they're all rookies? This movie is weird, right? Because remember, Judy is a senior officer. These guys, I assume, are senior officers, but I can't tell, and we don't know with the elephant, right? Although, funny enough, only one of them is a zebra. Are they? I thought both of them were because they keep calling themselves the Zebros, right? All right, well, we'll get to that. And also in the pairings, again, what's incredibly weird is if they make mention of their sex. So like the male and female boar here, the female is the competent, intelligent, smart, and powerful one, and the male is the bumbling idiot. If sex is ever brought up, this is what they do every single time. It is incredibly strange. Like, we know why they did it. It's the fucking woke agenda, right? We know why it's there. That's every single one of these characters where it's brought up. And if they aren't the bumbling idiot, they are the actual villain. Which, we'll get into that, too. Holy shit, we'll get into that. Yes, this time they have guns, but they're dart guns with tranquilizers. But they have a special serum to put chemical in to do a lethal shot. Which is, yeah, the message. Just, oh my god. So yeah. And then we get here where we get the new mayor. New mayor and former actor, Brian Windancer. And I immediately was like, where the fuck is Mayor Lionheart? Mayor Lionheart should have got exonerated for everything. He literally did the right thing in the first movie. He was unironically the hero in the first movie. But no, Mayor Lionheart doesn't get acknowledged. And when he does, they're saying Judy Hopps destroyed him. It's like, but she didn't. In fact, he should have been released after the Bellwether conspiracy happened. It's so fucking weird. Yeah, if they had said his deeds were unpopular and he didn't get reelected, that's fine. That's not being destroyed or anything, right? She destroyed him like she destroyed Nick. Oh boy, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. Judy is a piece of shit in this movie. Holy shit. Oh. Yeah, Brian Windancer, I'm not going to unmute it, but the voice, I'm not going to unfilter it, but the voice might be very familiar.
Celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the invention of Zootopia.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. I forgot they don't have him do his little speech yet. Sorry. I will unmute it when we get to the speech so you know who he actually is. You know what I mean? So you can hear who the actor is. And this is another part of the problem with this movie, with this entire setting. During the celebration for the 100th anniversary of the invention of Zootopia's weather walls. Acknowledging the weather walls as an invention does not solve the problem. Where are you getting this power from? How do these things function? These are actually a plot critical point in how these things function. Like, how? How were the weather walls invented, right? Yeah, there's no technical babble to justify it or anything. They just function and they're hooked to the power grid. It's like, what is your power supplying this? Do you have like fusion reactors everywhere? Do you know how much power these things would have to do? This is like a planetary... We are shown the scale of how big these things are. This is like a planetary fucking heater, okay? This thing is bigger than a skyscraper, for God's sakes. And then right on the other side of it, just constantly shooting ice particles to freeze Tundra Town. But this makes even less sense because of what we'll get into later in the stuff, right? They're plugged to a wall socket, unironically, that is. Like, oh my god. Like, the desert wall nearly killed Nick turning on. Like, that super sun planet in Riddick. Yeah, exactly. Like, holy shit. Like I said in the Discord, acknowledging the weather walls does not make them not a problem anymore. And then they're showing shots from the first movie again. Because lazy, right? Oh, here we go. Here you go. So here you get to hear, again, I'm not going to take the filter off, but you get to hear who it is.
Our Zootopia, and if a lowly country bunny and a shifty, likely criminal fox can ignore their vast difference.
Yeah. It's Kronk, everybody. Kronk is the mayor. We're in for a wild ride. Oh my god. It's Kronk. He's here. Knowing environmentalists, they have a bunch of solar panels that aren't enough, so they use hundreds of coal power plants. Fucking very likely. Like, holy shit. The fear of nuclear power is palpable. Holy god. Hang on, let me find that meme. I want to find that meme. I should have saved that meme. How do you unmute this? There we go. Okay. All right. I don't use Instagram normally, so there we go. This is one of my favorite ones. Kronk and Sons episode 1. This just made me chuckle like fucking something fierce.
Else, we're gonna do the sequel to our little Kronk. Our little Kronk. That we do. What do you think? This is a brand new ceiling outside. It's pretty good. Ooh, yeah, it's pretty interesting. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's really nice, the ceiling.
There was another.
He really does.
It's not bad, man. It's almost better. Excuse me?
Look at the way he's looking at it. He really likes it. You guys are all so stupid.
Oh. Wow.
I think yours is
Yeah, that's it. Why don't you leave it to the pros?
This is what we do. That's a beautiful baby.
Yeah.
Unironically.
All right, Miles.
Unironically. I love it. Yeah, that's genetics for you. Yep. Wow, that's a beautiful baby. Oh my god. All right. Oh, it is such an iconic voice, and the fact that all of his sons can do it too is fucking hilarious. Right. And solve bias and stereotypes forever. Oh boy. You didn't do that in the first movie. You're not doing it in this movie either. Holy shit. We talked about it in the first movie. They want to like dissect and deconstruct the stereotypes, and then in the same scene they have other stereotypes playing. You know what I mean? And it's so frustrating because like they don't know any of the animals or how they actually function. Like Chief Bogo is just a water buffalo just because, right? Like, he doesn't actually act like a water buffalo. He doesn't have any traits like a water buffalo. Nick Wilde is a fox just because. He doesn't actually have any traits of a fox. Judy Hopps is a bunny just because. She doesn't actually have any bunny traits. And ironically, the stereotypes they do give her to reinforce her being a bunny are actually, like, things you shouldn't do. It's not like Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, where Mama Luna is shown to be a terrible cat owner, and everything Mama Luna does is actually what you're not supposed to do. Here, they take it entirely seriously. Everything. The funniest one will be when we get to the Pit Viper. When we get to the Pit Viper, oh boy. Fucking hell. Oh God. They didn't think anything through. There was no thoughts here whatsoever. Whoever wrote the script on this needs to be fired. These people wanted more money? No, this is stuff that a fucking high schooler would turn in. Holy shit. It is dire. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and then, again, this is kind of showing, like, Judy hasn't learned, and she's going to be the bossy bitch through this entire movie. Then maybe we can all embrace our differences and be better together. And she jumps up, tightens him up, throws his sunglasses away. Again. Like, this is already, you already know where this is going, right? This is a picture of the two of them together, and Nick's concerned face is the most justified, like, Judy doesn't know what she's doing. She's incompetent, she's corrupt, she is genuinely a vile piece of shit all throughout the first movie and the second movie. And it is so much worse because the universe itself reinforces her terrible behavior, right? Like, oh my God. Yeah, she's genuinely doesn't learn anything. Wait until we get to the actual therapy in this movie. Oh my God, the therapy. Yeah, foreshadowing to what's to come. Oh yeah. Hope everybody's ready for it. Oh my God, my stomach. Hold on. She's vainglorious. She demands that everyone worship her as the best cop. Yep, 100%. She is totally arrogant. She is totally self-interested. She is dumb as a box of fucking rocks. She doesn't know what she's doing. But the universe bends over backwards to make her correct, right? It is... Yeah, she doesn't have any redeeming qualities. Remember, we talked about it before, but in the first movie, remember, she advocates for a race war and then doesn't understand why Nick is upset the fact that she called for a race war, right? And then only when it affects her personally, when Clawhauser is being removed as the front desk of the ZPD and being sent to work beside the boiler instead, she then makes a token moral stand by turning her badge over, but only when Chief Bogo and the mayor can see it. And then, does she advocate for predators or anything? Does she try to get the word out she was wrong? No, she fucks off back to Bunnyborough and has little crybaby tears that, woe is me, I'm the real victim. Oh, I made things worse. It's all about me, 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 me. Oh my God, Judy is genuinely a terrible piece of shit. Like, oh my God, yeah, she fails far more than she succeeds. Does she actually succeed? No. Other people carry her to the finish line all the time. It is so infuriating. Yeah, she just runs away like a coward. She becomes self-absorbed. She runs like a coward. She doesn't make an actual moral stand. She doesn't try to declare to people, no, I was wrong. My words were taken out of context or anything. No. Yep. She's absolutely a narcissist in a position of power. It is incredibly frustrating. Like, oh, it is bad. It is so bad. But this world is broken to its core. This world has no logical rhyme or reason. This world existing, it exists just because it does. The writers have no clue what the fuck they're doing. None of the storytelling works. None of the foundational stuff is there. It's bad. It's really bad. And it's going to get so much worse. And I'll leave that as a little bit of a cliffhanger for you guys because I'm going to go get myself some food because my stomach is squeezing and says, hungry. I will be starting the food and we'll get right back into it. I will be right back. Okay, the food is in the air fryer, and then I'll have to go flip it and put it back in the air fryer, and then I'll have my food. We're getting there. And the sad thing is that this could work. Judy could learn from her mistakes and become a good cop. Yeah, she won't, though, as we know. The Pred Chaser pop star did more than Judy. That's the other thing. Remember that the Predators were an allegory for black people in the first movie, all right? Which is already insane because the unintended messaging from the first movie is that predators could go crazy at any time. And they're talking about like, well, that's not true because it was a conspiracy. It's like, they're predators. They still need to eat. You're literally saying that black people are predators and dangerous and should not be trusted. That's your messaging in the first movie. Like, what are you doing? what are you doing? I mean, and as we talked about in Kree's Discord, based, but also, what the fuck? That's so against your actual messaging you try and bungle with. Oh. Like Detroit, Robot City, or Detroit Become Human it is. Yeah, where they don't understand, they don't think through the actual allegory. They do allegory to be allegory. They don't actually think it through. The robots in Detroit Become Human are treated way too nicely for robots. Like, absurdly so. What would have been more dehumanizing would have been if they had to fold themselves up and fit in the luggage compartment. Or hang off the side of the bus. Right? But no, they get to stand in the bus. Inside, in the weather-controlled bus. With air conditioning and heating in the cold times. And, like, what? They're robots. They only have feelings, and you don't even explain how, but they only have feelings because you say they have feelings. Nobody would actually invent a robot with feelings. Like, oh my god, do you know how much of a disaster that would be? Holy shit. Ugh. Yeah, you're a robot. You don't get tired. Walk. You don't need to eat. You don't need to drink. Why are you at a restaurant? Why are you on the bus? You can literally run faster than a fucking car. Like, what are you doing? None of this works. This doesn't work. And we have a similar problem here, where because they're Hollywood writers and they're retards, by example, I guess that's being redundant. Hollywood writer and retard are the same thing. They mean the exact same thing. But because they are retarded, they don't know what the animal kingdom actually is, right? They don't do any research on what animals actually are or what they do or how any of this functions, which is where we get into my big pet peeve of the mafia should have been wolves, not a fucking Arctic shrew and some polar bears? What the fuck? Just so they can do we call him Tiny and then the biggest motherfucker walks in the room joke? No. What? That's stupid. They should have been wolves because wolves actually would fit the criteria more based on their actual animal functions and instincts. But of course not. They don't do that. But again, because they're Hollywood writers, they think of everything in this whole, the monsters versus the victims, right? Prey to them are always victims. Yes, Gazelle is 100% what Hollywood believes itself to be. 1,000%. You know Gazelle is the stand-in for the celebrities and the elites. And, boy. Yay, retardation be upon ye. Yep. Yeah, there's no reason for her to side with Judy in this movie. She just does. Because she was written to side with Judy. Like, it's so weird. And she hates the Zebros just because. Like, she's really petty towards the Zebros. Oh, man. Yeah. It is so... This movie is just a fucking mess, right? Like, this entire setting universe. I wonder if that's a nature gag. Gazelles and zebra don't get along, zebras don't get along with anything. I'm gonna break this to you right now. Zebras are assholes in the animal kingdom. Like, unironically. They are the douchebags of the animal kingdom. Judy would be safe if she was actually more racist. Unironically, too. That's the other weird part. Again, the messaging is all over the place in these movies. It is terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So now we are already going to begin the enshittification of Nick Wilde, right? Already, we're going to begin. Nick Wilde is just a loser. He's not like competent or anything. No, this is all just we have started the enshittification of Nick. Okay. You can see, again, brushing his hair and everything. Look at Judy. Oh, she's flossing and taking good care of herself. Good hygiene. Nick takes the brush and sticks it in his mouth to brush his teeth with the brush that he just used for his coat. Right? Like, we're already setting up the Nick is the dirty, disgusting, like, doesn't take care of himself trope. So this also starts in another thing that's not. This is more Hollywood shit, right? That partners on the force always have to be in the lockstep, same page at all times, stuff like that. No resistance. It's all collectivist ideology, right? Collectivists think that if you're a partner and you have a partner in the force, you must be one and the same, the exact person, the exact mentality. No No disagreements, no thinking things outside the box. No. I hate this whole, like, idea for it, right? Nick is not a rich fox, so where is Judy's income? We don't know what the ZPD actually pays or anything, right? Because remember, Nick was making good money before this. Why does he live in a shithole if he's making, like, great money every day? You know? It's very weird. Nick should be living in, like, he doesn't need to be living in a mansion or anything like that. That would be absurd. But Nick should be living in a decent place, right? Not some rundown shithole. Now, they could turn it to be like he lives in a rundown shithole because people hate foxes. That would be interesting. But no. Some people don't watch actual buddy cop movies as well as Lethal Weapon because it's a cliche. So people want to reinvent the wheel. Yeah. Even though tropes and cliches exist. Yep. Yeah. Customs inspector. So again, we're setting up to part of this, like, who's been smuggling illegal overseas cargo. This is our first indication that there are different nations in this world, right? So now we've got other huge problems. Where's your military? What are you fighting? Why are there other nations in this world? What do they believe? How do they function? How do they operate? So we now have confirmed, and they double and triple down on this, that there are other, like, empires and countries and nations in this universe. Good movie to watch. 100 Feet. Woman kills her abusive cop husband under house arrest and haunted by him. His partner kind of hates her but feels guilty not knowing about the abuse. So the ghost is roughing her up and the partner is on her ass wanting to protect her but also dreading what other secrets his partner had. That's actually a really good trope. Or not trope. That's a really good setup. I like that setup. I genuinely don't understand if they want to strip down a character of its already dire characterization into nothing. Why even bother to bring said character back? It bothers me so much. I agree. I don't know why is Nick back other than the fact that he's the face of Zootopia, right? Why is Nick Wilde back? Because you clearly don't want Nick Wilde to be here. Like, everything in this movie is designed to make him stupider and look incompetent and not know what he's doing. Whereas in the first movie, he was shown to be way more competent than Judy was. But we can't have that, right? The man can't be more incompetent. They can't be more competent and better than the woman. That's not allowed. So Nick is made to be a moron in this movie and be shown to be fucking up constantly in this movie, even though he isn't. But we'll get to that later too. Anyways, I will be right back. I'm going to go flip the stuff in the air fryer. Okay, stuff flipped in the air fryer. Let's continue. It feels like it, yeah. It's a good movie. She's battered and bloody from the ghost, and the partner demands to know if the mob is involved. Does she owe money? Obviously not a ghost. Yeah, I agree. Like, why would you... Ghost wouldn't be the thing that would come to your mind first, right? But yeah. So, we're setting this up, and Captains Hogbottom and Truffler will lead. How, like... I guess they are superiors. No, Rapar, I think you're correct that these are the superiors. But where were they then? If they were superiors, where were they before? Where were they in the first movie? Like, yeah, and now we realize they're captains, but also remember they're corrupt. They work for the villain in this movie, but we'll get there too for that. No, you were right. You were right, Rob. These are their superiors. Higgins and Bloats. Again, these seem newer because they're playing with their badge. Javert and Boucherin? To the Zebros. Very strange. Very fucking strange, right? Yeah, I have no... Well, like, where are all the wolves? Where are literally all the wolves here? You know what I mean? They even had the joke of the wolf in sheep's clothing, right? They had the joke, and welcome, Calbeck. They had the joke of the wolf in sheep's clothing in the first movie. At the very end. Where are all the wolves in the department now? Apparently Jean Reno played the least important cops. You have Jean Reno and do nothing with him. Mm-hmm. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. Yeah, so again, he says that because Judy and Nick are rookies, they're going to observe and watch how the veteran teams operate, right? No. Remember, hippos are carnivores. People think hippos are herbivores, but that's not true. Hippos are carnivores. Yeah, and then Nick and Judy aren't even here. This is starting our whole thing of like, Judy didn't learn her lesson from the first movie, right? Judy did not learn her lesson from the first movie in the slightest. Like, they're just not here. They don't give a shit about what Chief Boko has to say. They're going to do it their way, and everybody else can just suck it, right? We get to do what we want because of who we are. It's literally in the first movie, remember, she uses her credentials to like, I'm not just some bunny. I don't know if you know this, but I was the top of my class. Very Karen behavior, right? Very much a piece of shit, narcissistic behavior. And here, once again, Nick and Judy are not here for the briefing or anything like that. No, they are just gonna go do the case their own way. And they were already on site with their baby. So, again, police procedure. 1, you don't get to go do whatever you want. That's not how this fucking works. 2, you don't get to bring in outside help without the force's say ahead. Like, you don't get to have a confidential informant and not tell the force about it, right? Let alone using an actual, like, civilian asset in your police, like, bust without letting the force know. They didn't even attend the briefing. How do they know? I don't know how they know about all this. That apparently they already know all the details of this case, even though they weren't at the briefing. We have a carefully thought out plan. Yeah, we don't care. We're the prima donnas. Mm-hmm. Are hippos actually herbivores? Hold on. Hippos are not carnivores. They are scientifically classified as herbivores and are primarily grazers. However, they are opportunistic feeders that occasionally exhibit omnivorous behavior, consuming meat to combat nutritional stress or in rare aggressive instances. What? Okay, scientists are insane. Got it. Okay, scientists are crazy. I would just label them as omnivores at that point. But no, apparently not. I guess, I'm labeled as a law-abiding citizen because 99% of the time I obey the law, but that 1% I murder a bunch of people. Okay. Yeah, all right, well, there you go. Yep. Right, so, okay. I guess, yeah, we can go back to, no, everybody else is a herbivore. Nick is the only carnivore on the entire team. So the predator-prey thing is still in full effect. There you go, then. Yep, so again, and do they actually do anything? The fact that this actually works, too, this is the most insufferable part. So they just show up to the docks, like, why is the hot rod there, and why are you letting the customer take it? That's not how that works. But we're here at the docks, and they're just dressed as if it's a family outing. And again, Judy's questioning, like, why are we doing this? And Nick is like, you're literally the one that said we needed a bust, right? This was Judy pushing for this. Yeah, you're in an industrial shipping yard. Why are you here like you're going on a family outing? Like, what the fuck? Talk about DEI for all of the most capable carnivores to do police work. Yeah. That's the whole in the first movie, the mammal inclusion initiative, which is literally DEI, but at the same time it's like, okay, who in Zootopia isn't a mammal? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I get you're trying to tout, oh, we're doing DEI in the movie. And it's like, who in Zootopia isn't a mammal, though? We only in this movie do we start getting non-mammalian creatures. It's so fucking weird. Because someone at Disney took the "I love my hybrid grandson" meme seriously. Boop. Yeah, and then he's rightly like, he's the anteater is rightly like, you can't be here. But then after yelling at them and only stopping, he's suddenly like, whoa, Fox and Bunny, okay. You didn't notice this before? It's not like, they aren't exactly like of equal height or anything. It doesn't matter what angle you view them from. You didn't notice before? At all? Fucking weird, okay. But yeah, why are you rolling a stroller here into a fucking shipyard? What are you doing? And also they're like proud parents. It's like, how does this work? How does this universe work, right? Yes, they are also famous. Very much so. I don't know how nobody knows who Judy Hopps and Nick Wilde are when their faces were plastered everywhere and they're incredibly famous for saving the city. To the point that the news media is running stories about them. Like, apparently all the time. Very fucking strange. And then, again, Judy, to try to highlight how utterly incompetent she is. Let me get to this and undo it so you guys can see it in full thing first. Inspector Snootley. Look at this. Inspector, what do you do? Ensure that nothing illegal gets smuggled here? in one of these cargo containers, and Nick has to just put on like a big like, what? I mean, look at this anteater. What? Holy shit. I agree with the anteater. Look at him. Look at the way he's looking at them. Like, what? Yeah, they actually make the inspector, the criminal, more sympathetic because of their antics. Yeah, she is so stupid. But again, she'll never face consequences for her stupidity or her actions. She literally blabs like exactly the thing that he's trying to keep secret. Like, are you kidding me? That's a weird way to ask that. Yeah, the only reason, again, if I was the inspector, immediately so many red flags and warnings have gone off that no, these people got to go. There is something incredibly sus going on here. You got to get out of here. You're gone. Fuck off. No. Like, again, Judy's fuck up here has no consequences because he just believes what they're saying immediately after that incredibly sus statement. Right? Yeah, remember, because they're talking about, so there are other nations, there are other like continents and countries and things like that. They talk about overseas shipping and stuff. It's like, okay, what are you shipping in? What are all those other nations? What do they believe in? How do they function? Like, where is your military? Do you have a military? You need a military. You are other nations. I hate to break this to you, but this isn't a thing where everybody can sing Kumbaya. And Nick mentions this in the first movie, and he's entirely correct. And so does Chief Bogo. You don't get to sing Kumbaya and everything just works out perfectly. You now have established that there are other nations. We know there are criminal elements here. You know that you need a police force. Where's your military? You're going to be getting in wars. That's just going to be a given. Especially if you have 81 million fucking bunnies in Bunnyboro, which is considered a small bunny town? Are you kidding me? Holy shit, you would have resource wars like crazy. Just, oh my god. I mean, at least make it clear that, like, desert animals come from the desert nation or something, since Zootopia is supposed to be the unified capital. Yeah. Like, anything. But no, they don't do that. They don't have a military. There's no like conflicts that happened. Remember we'll get okay, I'll wait till we get into it, until we get into the major thing. But the very first moment they introduced like what was going on, I immediately called the thing that of who invented the weather walls. Had a bigger world and nothing is done with it. Oh, 100%. Like in stories and settings, it's fine to mention other things outside of the scope of your story. That builds out, that fleshes your world out more, right? I use it in my writings too, where you mention something that you're not going to be dwelling on, but it is like a known fact. Like, oh, they talk about the Dwarven clan holds. Are we going to see the Dwarven clan holds? No. But you mention the fact that Harkus comes from the clan holds, that Michael is originally from the clan holds, that Connor is originally from the clan holds. So you know this place exists, but it existing isn't needed for the current story you're telling. Cassandra wants to destroy the clan holds, but we don't need to acknowledge more about it. You just know that this strife exists, that these people with this accent come from there. And boy howdy, is it a tick accent. Very tick accent. Oh boy. Seriously, Bluey has a military. They don't discuss serious geopolitical stuff, but one character has a dad who spends time at an overseas base. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna go get my food. My stomach growled at me again. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay. I mean, from the first movie, we know Judy moves to Zootopia. But even in her home, there's cross-species living same as in Zootopia. All we know is that her family is from a presumably huge warren. Well, we know it's huge. She has 760... What they say? 763? Or is it 8? It's 760 something... Or, sorry, not 700. It's 270 something. I said 700. Oh, God. It's 270 something siblings. Oh, we know it's not the only one there. They show the population sign. The population sign is literally cycling up a new bunny every second. In fact, every half second, a new bunny is being created in Bunny Burrow. The population sign literally has a rotary system. There are 81 million bunnies living in Bunny Burrow. Over 81 million. Do you understand the ecological damage that would cause? Oh my God. Holy shit. The amount of food they would need. Oh my God. Part of what fixed Yellowstone's ecosystem was reintroducing wolves. Again, a harp on wolves being amazing. But wolves being able to kill the prey animals so the prey animals wouldn't eat the entire park into a desert. Like, holy shit. Yeah, that one town is 81 million fucking people. Are you kidding me? That is huge. And it's considered a nothing. The Bunny Burrow is so forgettable that he actually names other tiny rabbit towns, and she says, no, Bunny Burrow. And he's like, oh, so how about you become a farmer? It's like, oh my God. Yeah, it is wild. It is wild. That's not a town. That's a major metropolis. 81 million people in one area. That's a huge metropolis. That is not a town or even a city. No, that is massive. That one town is larger than some European nations by an order of magnitude. Yep. It's so wild. Like I said, if you have that many fucking bunnies alone, the resource wars in this world would be crazy. Anyway, he's right. Gosh darn it. Again, I agree with the look at his face. Look at him here. The criminal is the most sympathetic one here, because I would be I would have a raised eyebrow at this bullshit. What are you doing? What is happening here? They just made the joke for the sake of the joke instead of thinking about the world building and all. That's the entirety of Zootopia. They don't think about anything, right? Mexico City currently has 9 million people. I know, right? Holy shit. Yeah, he actually he's like, oh, I'll do something nice for a kid. Sure. Not knowing that it's the fucking Arctic fox that's tricking the shit out of him. Excuse me. Is the little one the desert fox? I thought he was an Arctic fox because of the color patterns. Whew. Yeah, no, there was no way I was getting to the mute button. I was leaned back and everything when that sneeze came. I was not getting to it. I was gonna punch this stand instead of getting to that mute button. Ah, he's a fennec. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's no reason the child should be here. Their story doesn't make any lick of sense. They aren't there is no reason for them to actually be in this area. And then they make a mention that it's a train. He likes trains, so he's here at the dockyard? Where all the shipping containers are? What are you doing? Why didn't you take him to the train yard? Why are you here? Why are you here at the shipyards? What are you doing? And you're talking about he loves trains, so he wanted to see trains? But an inspector is way better than a train conductor? What? What is happening? Like, how? Yeah, it's our birthday boy. It's his birthday? Like, what are you doing? Like, there's a train in the background, but it's just one of those, like, why? Why? You know, the one thing this little stinker wished for, aside from one day getting his tail reattached, because they talk about the tragedy and everything, was to see a choo-choo. And he's just like, okay, but why would you go to the dockyards for that? Like, yes, there are trains here. They show the trains. But why aren't you at a train yard? Why are you at the docks? What's wrong with you? Oh, yes, this is absolutely a hazardous area, too. Dockyards are not, like, a safe place to be in, okay? There's a lot of heavy machinery that's being operated at all times because it's a dockyard. They need to get these containers moved. Those containers aren't just permanent attractions there. Those shipping containers gotta get shipped out. Oh, they have to stack shuffle a lot. Doesn't even to mention the fucking stack lifters and everything going around and the fucking, like, those massive industrial forklifts. I can't remember what they're called. But they're like, they're heavy loaders. But then you have like the stack, lifters as well that are going around everywhere. Ugh, excuse me. Trying to get a toot conductor to sign his cast. The movie could have such a nice ending if only one of that heavily tensed hopes just snapped. You mean ropes? Like, yeah. The danger of the cables coming undone and snapping. What was it? What was the meme that someone did? Like where he tricked his boss with AI that they were messing with the tension cables on a work site, and the boss is like, "What'd you do?" "Oh, I cut down into this block of cement and hit a cable." He's like, "You hit a what?" he's like, "That's a tension cable. That thing's under hundreds of thousands of pounds of pressure. Get the fuck away from it right now." Whole scene would barely make sense if he was smuggling boxes out of a wharf. It makes zero sense here, yeah. It's like, you should watch some movies where they talk about like illegal smuggling into shipyards and everything like that, and how they move the cargo containers and shit. Fucking The Gentleman even has him. I keep wanting to call him. His name is Dry Eyes. But I remember when me and Cree were watching it, and I kept wanting to call him Slant Eyes. But no, the Chinese triad villain is Dry Eyes. That's his name. Well, no, his whole thing is, yeah, he smuggles things in from the shipyards on cargo containers and shit like that. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just remembering the racisms. What was the Chinese triad guy's name? I forgot it for a second. I think it was Slant Eyes. And Cree's like, wow. No, that is not what it is. Oh. Oh. All right, for the kid. For the kid. You're a saint. And then, like, they had this so planned ahead. These are what we talk about when we talk about Hollywood plans, right? They have it so planned ahead that he throws the choo-choo train. The choo-choo train is actually a lock-picking set. Like, what? And then nobody else here? Like, you see all these other, like, mouse containers and everything. Nobody else on the docks is going to say anything. Like, she literally just did this in front of other dock workers. And none of them aren't going to be saying, like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Very convenient that no one else will ever, like, do anything. And also, this guy draws really fucking fast. Like, I also put a little train there because I know you like trains. Yeah, and then Judy, again, she fucks up. Chief Bogo calls on the radio because, again, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And he blows their stupid operation that reveals all of this. Like... It's so wild. Yeah, why do the containers not have regular padlocks and have a giant fuck-off keyhole instead? I don't know. They've never seen a shipping container, apparently, in their lives. They don't know how they actually lock. Toot toot. It's the fuzz! Why did the Fennec, with his deep voice going toot toot, suddenly make him realize that it's the police and not just someone else, right? Why was that his go-to? Like, I understand if, like, Chief Bogo, like, Officer Hops, you're not allowed. It's like, wait, he said Officer Hops. I heard him say that. Why don't I think it's the police then? Why do I only think it's the police when the Fennec spits out his fucking pacifier and says toot toot? What the fuck? But then, this is the best part. He just happens to pick the one vehicle that has the MacGuffin in it, right? The MacGuffin vehicle is just sitting here within distance for him to sprint to in the middle of the way here in the docks. And yeah, he just gets out. And somehow, because we all know this is how doors work, right? The doors open wide and he just guns it and it shuts the back door when he guns it forward. We definitely know that's how vehicle physics work, right? And then this guy, get out of the road, you dumb bunny. The road was blocked by the other truck. The road was blocked by the panel van, but then this moron is driving this way anyways. And these two are more in the way than the panel van was, apparently. Yeah, he can literally drive past them. He only calls out to them so that they can commandeer his ride, right? How convenient. The first of a billion conveniences in this movie. Holy shit. It's so bad. And then, this is what I don't get. Like, they play this like this is going to be some big reveal. Oh, now I get it. I get it more now. Because it's like, what does this guy have to do with anything? Now I realize it. This is Paul Burt. Okay, that makes more sense now. Like, why he's here. Why they scroll back out and zoom out and they show this guy. Now I understand this is Paul Burt. Yep. And we have this joke, like he's sitting here sculpting, and then because they hit the stuff here, that thing like has 10 times more wool than it had in it before. So much so it violently goes back across the street and floods the barber shop. How? What the fuck? Is that like a clown car of sheep's wool? And then he cuts a bra and a fucking, like, what is it called? Tutus? What are the little frilly things the ballerinas have? Yeah. And then they're like, it's beautiful. I love it. I'll have what he's having. Like, what? What the fuck? How? Oh, just... Also, am I always going to be in the passenger seat? Again, calling out the problem and then not doing anything, like acknowledging the problem but then not doing anything is still a problem, right? You can't hand wave something away and then not talk about it. Like, it's what, lampshading? Like, you can't lampshade something and then it's still there. It's still a problem. But, you know, he's always going to be the passenger. Judy's always going to be the driver. She's always going to be the driving force. He's always going to be the one that gets dragged along and never contributes in any way to this setting. He's the anchor around Judy's neck in this movie. Even though in the first movie he was shown to be smarter than she was by a lot. By the way, she hasn't gotten smarter. She is still as dumb, if not dumber, than she was in the first movie. It's just that they made Nick even dumber than she is. It's fucking... ugh. And then we have the ZPD's SWAT force, which is called Sniffer. SNFR. Like... They show up, and she is immediately like, back off, rookies, stuff like that. The real teams handle it. Man, we are the real team. It's so weird, because they go through the tunnel, but they don't show how the zebras... Remember, the zebras take the same thing... But if you notice, the Zebro's vehicle is way bigger than their hot rod, right? So there the hot rod goes. Here's the Zebro's car. It is much bigger. It chases after them to go through the tunnel. Nick and Judy go through the tunnel, and it's such a tight fit, it actually rips the windscreen off. How did the Zebros get through? How did the Zebros get through? Yep. They cause all of this disaster because they refuse to listen. And because they think they're better than everyone else. But not Nick. Remember, Nick said that this was Judy's idea. Judy talked them into this. Judy said they needed a bust, right? Judy is the one driving. Judy is the one that is causing all of the problems. She is genuinely the problem. She has learned nothing from the first movie. She is even worse in the second movie. Because now she arrogantly believes, well, we saved the city once, therefore I'm the bestest ever. Stand down, noobs, we got him. Rolling spikes. Physics. How do physics work? I hate that dumb bunny. So you know who she is now? Like, why do you say you hate that dumb bunny? That's a weird statement to make just now, out of nowhere. And he only did it so that he could run into the sign and not be able to drive correctly anymore, right? Yep. Yep, that's why the joke is there. Zebros. Zebras? Get it? Zebros? Oh, we're so funny. Mm-hmm. 100%. You could have fixed it. She could have listened to orders like she's supposed to. She spots something that none of the others see because they're focusing on him. Maybe she spots Paubert instead. Like, she sees him looking around, being shady, loading up a crate, and driving off. Like, she could spot that. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is focused on him, the inspector, right? That's their big bust. But she notices, like, there's a catering truck that was doing something weird. But no, we don't get that. Instead, we get this. And again, he only turns around and talks about how much he hates the bunny so he can run into the sign. And now his head has to stick out so he can get clobbered in the face by the stop sign and pass out. These things happen specifically to set up a moment. They aren't like a natural consequence of things going, right? Again, it might be egotistical for me to say, but I think in my books, and you guys have heard me go through the books, I think I always set up stuff that makes logical consistency. Why X now happens, therefore Y happens after, and Z after that, right? We need X to happen, so we're just going to make up random stuff to get it to happen. There is no actual consistency here or logic about why he's doing the things he's doing. He just had to look away from the road so that he could say, I hate that dumb bunny. A bunny he doesn't know, which though he should, but now he does apparently, because logic. And then he hits the sign, he can't see out the window, so he has to lean out just in time to get hit by the stop sign. So he can be knocked unconscious. And now be a danger for the parade, which is just, oh, yeah, and then I forgot the other jokes because they can't help themselves. Nitrous oxide. Thank you. The puns are terrible. Yeah, again, I'm gonna jump. No, wait. What are you? And again, she just does it. She just does something crazy dangerous, and it works out for her. Because why wouldn't it? But now we get into the next big problem. Big problem number 2. So now suddenly, in this movie, she can't reach the pedals. Even though in the first movie, she could reach the pedals just fine. But now suddenly they remember, oh yeah, she's a bunny with tiny legs. How could she reach the pedals? Even though we literally showed her in the first movie sitting in a cop car up to the point she has to look over the steering wheel and the dashboard and she could still reach the pedals somehow. And we know she doesn't have like leg extensions or anything like that. She's not wearing like platform heels or anything. Because they literally show her pushing her foot onto the brake and onto the gas in the first movie. Fuck it. Now, only now when we need the plot to happen, does she actually have this suddenly like negative aspect to being short. Oh, And they fly off the bridge and they smash the statue to Ebenezer Linksley, who, as we find out later, is a bad guy. So, sorry, the throat demons are trying to stop me. It's all conspiracy. The throat demons are trying to stop me. Yeah, and somehow not die. Keep in mind, she's not wearing a seatbelt. He's unconscious and not wearing a seatbelt. And the snake is in a crate. Spoiler alert, that's what's in the crate. But you did see him kind of peek out and look like, what the fuck is going on? Because, again, he wasn't supposed to be in a high-speed chase. Yeah, flies off a bridge, slams into a statue, like, doesn't die, doesn't get hurt, doesn't get injured, nothing. Just suddenly, wha-bam! And then the dude, his limp body rolls out of the vehicle and the Zebros are just here? How? Like, how did they know that it was going to land here specifically? Slide in, whoop, Zebros! Are you kidding me? What the fuck? That's what I mean. They have excuses for why they do these things. There's not a natural, like, series of events that leads to this moment. They just have it happen. Because the story needs it to happen. Because they need their epic set-piece moment. Oh, and then let's talk about the magic MacGuffin scales, right? The snake is shedding, but is he shedding like any normal snake? No. He just randomly sheds out scales all throughout this entire movie. Okay? He's just going to shed scales throughout this entire movie at random and only done so that Judy can follow the plot. That's it. The magical MacGuffin scales. Just awful. Just genuinely awful. This movie seems like it was written down to the audience, which someone apparently thought were kids looking for nothing but visuals and frenetic action. Yep. That's what it feels like. Oh no, I agree. It's 100% the opposite of what snakes do. There should be a massive shed and then nothing. No trail afterwards. I have a problem with this crate, but it also has to do with the letter, so we'll save it for later. Save it for then, yeah. And then we get here to who's going to be our secondary female lead, who is a crazy crackpot podcaster talking about, like, the secret reptile population and conspiracies and everything. Right? Oh, joyous day. She is such an unlikable piece of shit, too. Like, it is wild how unlikable all the females are in this movie. It is weird. Like, go out of their way to make them all pains in the ass. This is where I started to call it, right? There ain't been a snake around for 100 years. It's the 100th anniversary of the Weather Walls. Put two and two together. And Nick is entirely right. He's like, I'm not sure that Nibbles, like, whatever stick is our most reliable source. He's fucking right. And any logical story, listening to the crazy conspiracy theorist isn't what you're like, oh, we should believe everything they say 100%. No, that should be, they're saying something, we can investigate it, we can look into it, but why Judy treats us as like you're being so unreasonable. Bunny, orange dog in here now. But we caught the anteater by the zebras. Which, again, I hate to break it to you, Judy, but this is also where they don't understand how the police work, right? Well, Zootopia 1 had dogs. Well, no, actually, no, you're right. Zootopia 1 didn't have dogs. Which may actually be the only logical thing that they did. Because remember, dogs and wolves share a common ancestry, right? That ancestor is dead in our time, but they have a common ancestry. Dogs became domesticated and were then bred by humans. And then you have wolves. Here, having only wolves makes more sense. If it was someone like Alex Jones, they would make more fun of it. But instead, it's a female version of a conspiracy theorist. Yep. So therefore, she's right. That's the long and short of it. Because it's a female, she's right. It's incredibly fucking frustrating. Oh wow, that head fell awfully close to Nick. That makes me think of a cool game to play. Take a drink every time Judy puts him in danger and the movie doesn't acknowledge it. Yep, so that's twice. Yep, you're correct. Judy has now put him in mortal peril twice and not acknowledged it. And this will not be the last time. Maybe in the next movie she'll learn to call for backup instead of being a glory hound. No, that won't happen. That won't happen. Judy's not capable of change. She is incapable of being not a piece of shit. It also brings into question when that video was posted, because she knows and is friendly with reptiles. Yeah. She knows their secrets. She knows how to get there. So why is she saying that there's a secret reptile population? Woo! And she treats that as a conspiracy theory when she'd be like, no, I visited the reptile population. It's incredibly fucking weird. Judy can't learn. She's the role model intended by the series. Unfortunately, yes. Yeah, why is she selling out the reptiles? I don't fucking know. I don't get it, but apparently they're chill with it because they're friends still. Nope, same character. But we'll get to that as a problem later. It's like visiting the ghetto and pretending like you have secret knowledge. Yeah, it really is. So, Here's the problem with not understanding how police work. What is the anteater guilty of? Well, when he positively identified that they were police officers, he ran into a high-speed chase, so endangering civilians, fleeing, and failure to heed lawful orders. Right? Congratulations, you just cleared him for all of the fucking trafficking and all of the fucking illicit cargo that was coming in. Because now he can plead ignorance to that. He now knows there's a police investigation after him. He wasn't seen with the cargo. You have no video. You have no evidence that he was actually knowledgeable of said cargo. You didn't catch him in the act. That's the problem. Where's the chain of custody that shows, no, he 100% knew? Like, you better find his fucking journal. And you better hope that he said in his journal that, oh, I totally know, today I'm going to bring in 200 more crates of illegal goods. Like, you have now completely fucked the entire investigation. Because if he just takes the rap for, like, endangering civilians and the car chase and everything, I'm going to take it. Oh, well. Oh, shucks, you caught me. You can't get anything else on him. You fucked up the chain of evidence. There's nothing that ties him to it. You suspect it. That's why you started the investigation. If it wasn't an investigation, you would be arresting him. You wouldn't be like, we're going to play this by the book. This would have been a call to raid him and take him. But no, of course not. I just wonder what goods would even have to be smuggled in. Well, apparently reptiles. They talk about that later. He's smuggling in reptiles. But, again, they fucked up the thing. Oh my god. Hold on. Look what the background says on the crest. Oh, dude, it gets so much worse. Cause like, what did they find? Why did they pick that one random crate? By the way, that one random container. Like, holy shit. Excuse me, hold on a second. Throat demons. Yeah, notice something on the badge. Trust, integrity, bravery. Bravery, I'll give Judy. Judy's brave, but it's more because she's too stupid to know to be afraid, and that'll be reinforced in this movie. She's not trusting of anyone or anything. She can't be trusted because she won't follow orders, and she has no integrity. She's a corrupt cop. She's like, the amount of times she violates the law and breaks it and fucks up investigations is insane. Already, she has destroyed a major investigation here. Single-handedly. She has ruined the case against that inspector. Because all he's got to do is plead ignorance. There is nothing that directly associates him with the cargo. There is nothing that ties him to the cargo. Like I said, unless they find his journal and he was stupid enough to say, today I brought in 200 more crates of illegal goods. You can't tie him to the cargo. He can plead ignorance. You haven't caught him, like, marking specific containers or saying, like, this is my special container or anything like that. No, you haven't done anything. And why did you pick that one container to pick lock? Like, why not any of the small containers? Like, what cargo do you think he's smuggling in? What does he need it for? It's so... Yeah, like I said, I would argue it's more stupidity. I will give her bravery because she technically isn't afraid and she does do dangerous things. But it's not bravery from overcoming her fears. She's too stupid to understand why she'd be afraid. And that is reinforced in this movie where she doesn't understand what Nick is saying. But they also make Nick deliver one of the worst lines I have ever heard in a movie. It is such a forced, like, wording. It is not natural. Like, the way he speaks is not natural. It was so obviously forced, it hurts. No, because apparently the keys were already in it. Metamorphical. Because remember, Paulbert was there, so that even takes out... I originally assumed that the inspector had the keys to the van that had the smuggled goods in it. No, he didn't. The keys were there in the van already. Paulbert was coming to take the van away. I don't know why Paulbert left the van. Like, so Paulbert only wants the snake. He loads the snake into the van. He leaves the van door wide open and the keys in the van and fucks off to do something. And then comes back with the dolly still as the anteater drives off. And he looks frustrated. Okay, why did you... Like, where did you go, Paulbert? Why didn't you just put the dolly in the back with the crate, shut the door, hop in, and drive off? Why did you leave the back door open and then walk somewhere either with the dolly or to go get a dolly for what reason? You don't need the dolly anymore. You already loaded the crate. What are you doing? If Judy listens to Nick once in the first half of the movie don't happen. It would happen, but a different way. That's the thing. The snake smuggling, the weather wall conspiracy, all that stuff would still happen, but you could get there in a more logical way. We talked about a way to do it better, right? We talked about a way that you could actually do this better, in that you could have the normal operation to catch the inspector. And as everybody's doing their parts, Judy is the one that notices, or Nick. I would prefer if Nick is the one that's looking, he's better at knowing, like, when somebody's doing something shady. If Nick notices the catering van, and he's like, that's strange, why is a catering van here? And then he sees, like, Paulbert, like, taking the little hat and, like, pulling it down over his head, like, trying, like, I'm not suspicious, let me do a suspicious maneuver. Hang on, let me show you I will show you the exact maneuver I'm talking about. The one that gives away, like, criminals every single time. Yeah, let's get to that specific maneuver. Again, this thing gives away criminals every single time. You know somebody's done something shady when they pull one of these. And they're trying to, like, not appear shady. Pull this over. This is one of those ones where it's like, it's so obviously shady that it's fucked, right? So, again, brand new animal. We see this is like the first episode. Hang on, let me mute this because we don't need it. Dude reaches up, grabs his hat, and pulls it down. Like, oh yeah, totally. Not shady. Not shady whatsoever. I'm not sus. This is in no way suspicious behavior. No. Don't look at my face. Don't see who I am and identify me later. But that, you could easily have had Paulbert do something like that, and Nick is the one that caught it. Right? But no, they just don't. And yeah, this whole movie is like talking about how they need to be partners with each other, right? Like, they need to be partners, but Judy is so obnoxiously up her own ass about everything, and she's perfect in every way, and that's what she believes. And she constantly degrades Nick and emasculates him and makes him look like an idiot and a fool. What a great partner. She literally abandons him multiple times, intentionally. Like, what a great partner. Holy shit. Oh my god. Like, the most clear-cut example is at the gala, at the dinner, when she literally takes out her earpiece and abandons him so he can't even warn her about the snake in the rafters. Like, oh my god. Oh. Also, again, Judy can't just accept, like, she can't accept that the Zebros are getting credit. So, the moment that the Zebros are, like, acknowledging, they're like, Zebros, huh, it was us. It was us. How dare you? It's like, fuck off, Judy. Just seriously, fuck off. Again, you've ruined the case. You have actually ruined the case. Yes, unironically, again, they could have played into the fact that he was a former criminal. Like, that he can't be trusted, right? That would be the angle you could go for. And it would be Judy who would believe him. Right? This actually fits in their character. Nick is the smart one, and he notices things better than Judy does. He also it knows how criminals think and act because he was a criminal. So him noticing this would fit with his character. Nobody believing him because he was a criminal would keep fitting in the idea of the police force still has growing pains to do when it comes to trusting their officers. And Judy could be the one that trusts Nick because she's been in battle with him. They have a bond forged in the fires of conflict. But no, we can't have... Oh my god, the other therapy animal. We'll get to that here in a second. Oh my god. Did you do it to make a difference or for the glory? 100% Judy is all glory. Me, I must be the star. I'm the most glorious one. She is so terrible. It just hurts. It's about how they need to be partnered, but the movie never recognizes or only pays lip service to her mistakes, which makes for such a dissonant and unpleasant experience. Exactly. Because again, she is so arrogant. She is so egotistical. She is such a fucking bitch. She is constantly fucking Nick over. But then, weirdly, the universe is also fucking Nick over because, like, the mob boss hates his guts, like, with a passion? Like, dude, you patched that up. Nick was nothing but cordial to you after that misunderstanding. Why do you hate him so bad? And why does the daughter hate him so bad? It's very fucking weird. Oh, no. Wait, yeah. The therapist doing that, but then Judy also does that to the snake and just believes Gary right off the bat, and the evidence is literally staring her in the face that he cannot be trusted. When we get to Gary, we'll get to that. You two tore up half the city. True. I don't know, not half the city, but again, it's hyperbolic, but he's accurate. They've done a lot of damage. Because of you, we had to call in the jumbo unit to remove a dick from a tuba. Sorry, could you show me that clip again? I hate that they made Nick so, like, smug to go along with his IQ drop in this movie. It's very frustrating. Article 6, paragraph B says, if the lead officers, you are not lead officers. Again, this is what we talk about with her being so arrogant and full of herself, right? She then tries to Karen her way out of this. Did you or did you not disobey a direct order to stand down? Chief Bogo's got her dead to rights here. Because she did. She disobeyed a direct order to stand down. And look, she's immediately like, no, I can't answer that truthfully because then I'll look bad. Sir, we were in pursuit. And Article 6, Paragraph B states, if the lead officers think that, you're not the lead. You aren't the lead. You have never been the lead. Like, again, though we know that the captain here is corrupt, right? Because she works directly for the Lynxes, we know she's corrupt, but she's entirely right here. She is entirely in the right. Judy is not the lead officer. Judy went off mission. Judy did this all herself because she's a prima donna piece of shit. Judy is an arrogant, full of herself bunny who thinks she's the best cop in the universe. And need I remind you, she literally destroyed this case. Like, in a logical world, they could not tie the inspector to all of the illegal goods coming into the shipyard now because of Judy. Like, Judy has fucked it. Yeah, it should have been a simple bust. Open that container. But no. Again, when we know it wasn't an arrest, right? Because they're specifically talking about gathering information, gathering evidence, like observing him. We're going to set these teams together. We know it's not a raid because they didn't form a raid team. We know it's an actual, like, observational, like, evidence gathering mission. And she fucked it. There is nothing that ties the inspector directly to the illicit goods. They don't have a picture of him or video of him handling the goods or acknowledging the goods' existence or marking a crate and it suddenly gets pulled from the line so it's not inspected. They don't have anything. Nothing. Yep. Oh, yeah, no, I don't understand why Bogo says he likes Judy later. I don't get it. I would understand if she hadn't fucked up yet, and he was still talking about he likes her because of the first movie, even though the first movie's a nonsensical mess in and of itself, but, you know, she is the star that saved the city, right? And Chief Bogo could be like, I like you because of this. But in this movie, she has disrespected Chief Bogo. She has blown off his briefing. She has decided to do her own op that has totally screwed the entire investigation into the illegal goods trade at the shipyard. Why does Chief Bogo like her? Why? Why do you like her? Like, again, you could keep these moments if, again, competent writers. Oh my god, competent writers. I think it's, like I said, this is what frustrates me the most in movies. It's not when a movie with no potential or like a setting with no potential turns out to be bad. It's like, okay, whatever. It's when a setting that has great potential and good story beats fucks up. And ruins all of that potential. And wastes it all. That upsets me way more than a terrible idea turning into a terrible movie. She's the face of the DEI project. Too good of a PR darling to let it go. Which, again, doesn't work because the one who is heading the initiative, the Mammal Inclusion Initiative, which, again, who isn't a fucking mammal here? We only get introduced to not mammals here in the second movie. Who isn't a mammal that's being excluded? The head of that initiative was Mayor Bellwether, who is now a confirmed terrorist. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. Chief Bogo should have bounced her ass just to protect his own ass. He should have been like, "You're gone. I can't risk association with a terrorist. Fuck off. Leave the force. Like, we need to vet you way more." The first mayor was a misguided fool. Like, I'm not going to say he's an idiot or anything like that. His heart was in the right place. He is Mayor Lionheart is genuinely the hero in the first movie. But he goes about it in the wrong way. He's entirely right when he says, classic doing the wrong things for the right reason. He is entirely correct in the first movie. Like, okay, so Judy, that's her first backer. Bogo, I can be like, well, I'll keep her because she's not that bad. But the fact that her actual backer, her genuine friends at City Hall, is a terrorist, a proven and now convicted terrorist, that's way different. Yeah, Lionheart is far more interesting as a character because he was actually having a genuinely interesting and difficult moral decision to make. Do you tell the city that random predators are randomly going crazy and will randomly try to eat you at random times, and have the city not suddenly be a smoldering hole by the next morning of riots and, race tensions and everything? Or do you try to keep it hidden while you investigate, and actually, like, not even a small investigation. That was a really well thought out operation to investigate why the fuck are predators going crazy. Like, this is really bad. And again, his wording was poor, but Judy also cut out a lot of the context in the video that she took of him. Like, he's right. How do you think the townspeople will feel about their mayor, who is a lion, if I say that predators are randomly going crazy? Okay? And keep in mind, too, that for whatever reason, Bellwether also tries to cover up the people going crazy, which is counter to her actual mission. Like, I don't understand how... Bellwether's plan is so stupid. The easiest thing she could have done was to just go into a gathering place and hit a predator with the nightshade. And the predator goes crazy. He gets locked up. You wait a couple days. You do it to another predator. You wait a day. You do it to another predator. You wait a few hours. You do it to another. And then another. And bingo boppity, you got it. You got exactly what you wanted. Yeah, here she's now mentally crazy. She's genuinely a crazy psycho here now. No, you can't spike the punch at a party. Because it has to be predators. You need to be very specific in who you're targeting. Because if prey also go crazy, which Nightshade does make prey animals crazy, they say that in the first movie, you wouldn't do that. That would defeat your purpose. Because now it's any animal can go crazy. No longer is it a race tension thing. Now it's a we don't know and we're scared of everything thing. Right? Instead of making it what she wants, which is to dethrone predators entirely. It wasn't that what she's was doing, but somehow the mayor always got to them before too much damage was made. I don't know why your sentence is making me short circuit there. It's not your fault. I mean, kind of your fault, but that's, I'm going to assume, like, autocorrect and stuff like that really fucked you over, Metamorphical. No, that's what I mean. That's why you're separating out the incidents. You don't do it immediately. You don't have like all the predators in this area suddenly went crazy, right? You do it on the first day. You do one predator in a public space. Then you wait 2 days or 3 days or a week, right? A week, 2 weeks, doesn't matter. And then you have another one go crazy. And then you wait a little bit less time. And now, a week later, another one goes crazy. And then maybe 2 days later, another one goes crazy. And then you extend it out maybe like 5 days later, another one goes crazy. That way it doesn't look like a disease. It looks like the programming is wearing off. Whatever their evolution was, it's wearing off. Hell, you can even do it to make it look like it's happening because of stress. Like if you see like a predator like crashes his car or something like that, and he's like freaking out and stuff like that, and he's losing it, and you hit him and he goes feral, and then you can like say stress is causing it, even though you know that's not true, right? But you're trying to give false leads into what's causing the problems, right? By the way, no need for you to apologize. It's not you. You're not the one that invented the terrible, like, the terrible autocorrect. Yeah. Like I said, we don't know why Chief Bogo is keeping Judy Hopps around. She's clearly a problem. This should have fired her ass right here, right now. This was a major operation, and she blew it. This should have been her ass literally getting, like, shit canned. You're done. You're never working in the field again. We can't trust you. You're going to go off and do your own thing. You're glory hounding it. Like, no, you're gone. Yeah. Again, this is literally a classic moment. She's out of line, but she's correct. You are one-hit wonders that should go back to being a meter maid and slinging paw popsicles. Or sickles. Paw-sicles. That's fucking hard to say. And she's right. She's entirely right. She's out of line, but she's entirely correct. They have proven they cannot be trusted on the Force. You cannot be trusted. You will not work with a team. You just do whatever you want. Yeah, that would be a really good twist, too. Judy's the one that gets shit canned, and Nick is the one that's on the Force now. And he stays on the Force. Yeah, the 300 kills meme. I think someone's just jealous. And we have to drive the Squealmobile. Again, I don't understand why Nick is now being super antagonistic. Like, Nick wasn't this dumb before, right? But they've dropped his IQ in the second movie because he's not allowed to be better than Judy in anything. So, he makes it way worse, and this makes Chief Bogo flip the fuck out. Right? Yeah. Again, it would work if Nick and Judy had actually succeeded. Right? Not in what they were doing, but if they had actually pulled off the operation flawlessly and it was Nick and Judy that was a key part. That would work. Then you could be like, no, you're jealous. That's why you're so upset at us. You're literally jealous. But no, here, he literally just antagonized them when they're entirely in the right. Despite my best efforts to avoid it, I like you. Again, why? Why do you like her? Why do you like her at all? But this need to overdo it made both of you a headline today. And it reflects badly on me, on the department, and frankly, on any bunny hoping to follow in your footsteps. He is entirely correct, right? Like, again, he is entirely correct. He likes her despite not wanting to because she's a Mary Sue. Yes. But yeah, Chief Bogo here is entirely correct. Again, he should have fired her. This is the logical thing that would have happened. He would have fired her ass. And now, he definitely would have fired Nick after that, like, verbal spat they had. So both of them would have been out from the police force immediately. Not every case is going to save the world. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and, again, like, Nick just playing the jokey jokester, which he wasn't a jokey jokester in the first movie. I don't understand why they've now made him the jokey jokester at everything. Like, he had a joke to deal with a dark moment where he was recalling the trauma of his past. He's like, boy, let's go to the weather report and stuff like that. And he actually takes things very seriously. We've seen him with the mafia boss, for God's sakes. Again, he tries to smooth talk his way out of things, but he's not a jokester. Oh my God. Yeah, he's only a jokester now to set up the psychoanalysis bullshit, which, again, this might be a hot take, chat, but guess what? My opinion on, like, therapy and all this, all the fucking, like, I'm a psychiatrist, things like that, it's all total fucking horseshit. It's all hogwash. Because so much of, like, that field is just incestuous. Okay, now we need to explain what incestuous means. But I'll explain what that means here in a second. All of that field is such incestuous bullshit that it's meaningless. It is so permanently tainted forever that you cannot separate truth from a total made-up fiction. No, it's not a Freudian slip. No, incestuous is an actual thing. It's an actual term. I'll explain it here in a second. So, it is so filled with bullshit. Remember, there was a German man who was convinced that the shrinks, the psychiatrists, the social workers, stuff like that, they actively convinced his mother to commit suicide. So what did he do? He faked that he was a doctor with tons of credentials, went to one of their biggest meetings the psychiatry world had, stood up on stage and spouted random nonsense bullshit he made up on his own and got a standing ovation. All of this room of experts believed him entirely and even published multiple papers off of his work. Have they since retracted that once he revealed it was all a fucking lie and he made up everything and he was never a doctor? Of course they didn't, because that would admit they were wrong. And if there's one thing psychiatrists and all this quack nonsense bullshit can do, is they can never admit they're wrong. It's like a programming thing. If you're a psychiatrist, it's to decipher when people are wrong and have bad thoughts and things. Therefore, if you're wrong and have bad thoughts, you're a bad psychiatrist. So they can't ever admit that, right? They can never, ever, ever, ever absolutely admit that. And now, to explain what the term incestuous means when it comes to things like research papers and things like that, it's where the works being cited are being cross-cited by other works that also cite back to them. There is no actual base foundation. There is no actual research done. There is no evidence-based, like, things. It's because it's the whole, like, the 2% of rape is false, right? That gets parroted all the time. And it's taken as a true because all these other papers say that it's true, right? Okay, where did the 2% come from? Oh, they literally made it up. Do you know how bad it was they made it up? If you actually read the paper of the 2% rape is false paper, okay? If you actually read the 2% of rape is false paper, do you know where they got the number from? They asked a bunch of college students, how did they feel? They had them read cases and say, how do you feel? And that's where the number came from. I shit you not. That is what the actual 2% of rape allegations are false comes from. A paper where they asked a bunch of college students how they felt about cases. Which I'm about to tell you, I'm about to blow your mind, chat. I think 99% of rape allegations are fake. I genuinely do. And do you know why? Because the Me Too movement exists. I would have put the number much lower, but the Me Too movement, nope, cemented that. Because remember, it was used as clout. It was used as the victimhood Olympics. If you put a Me Too story out there, you suddenly got all this attention and money and fame. And you had no consequences. None of them had consequences. It's fucking wild. Yeah, basically Rob Parr's got how the cycle works, right? I quote Drescar quotes Calbeck quotes me. And it's just a cycle. Like, there is no actual foundational knowledge. There is no evidentiary based anything. There's no research that was done. It's the problem with the entire field of therapy and psychiatry and all this mumbo-jumbo horseshit. It is entirely fabricated and built on a house of lies. Entirely, from the ground up. Exactly. Replicate the study. Give us all your variables, replicate it. The fact that it was just random college students who got to say what they felt about a case is wild. I got in a big argument. For those of you in Kree's Discord, if you remember Greek was his name, me and Greek got into a big argument about this. Because he's like, it's not possible. Otherwise, more people would face the consequences. And I'm like, that's not how the police force works. Like, I'm sorry. That's not how it works. We need to have some actual consequences for this, but you can't do that because the caseloads. Like, there are so many accusations made, they physically, this isn't like a whole, like thing where they have enough manpower or anything like that. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the time. They physically cannot prosecute these cases. Okay? Like, it's not possible. Do you know why courts are so backed up the way they are? Not just because of the pandemic and coof, right? But you know why courts are so backed up? Because they're always fucking needed. Like, even before COVID, the fucking nothing burger that COVID comes through, the courts were already backed up. That's why you didn't get like a court case in an expedient amount of time. You got it as fast as they physically could give it to you. And again, fast as they physically can give it to you was likely going to be 4, 5, 6 months. Like, holy shit. And again, that was before COVID, where now COVID is like a year and a half out because the courts are so backed up. You don't have time to investigate all this. You just don't. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem, Exhume Lagoon, right there. Less than 10% of accusations ever make it to a court. And then of those, some of those are provably false in the court. The court has proven they are false allegations. Do you know how crazy that actually is from a statistics standpoint? You know how actually insane that is? Do you know how bad that makes it look towards the allegations? Like, if less than 10% made it to a court, but every single one of them was proven true, that'd be one thing. No, less than 10% make it to a court, and then of that tiny fraction that makes it to a court, some of those are wrong and false allegations? Uh-oh. Like, oh my god. Oh. Remember, I'm so glad that Chris Avalon actually stood up for himself and proved that his accusers were lying, and now his accusers had to pay out the fucking nose and everything. I'm so glad he did that. I'm so glad that Johnny Depp stood up for himself and proved that Amber Heard was a lying piece of shit. Like, we needed this. I'm so glad that, what was it? Yeah, potentially up to about 90% could be false allegations. Yep. And like I said, with Me Too movement and Twitter and it being used as clout, I'm more inclined to believe 99% are fake. 99% of allegations are fake. And again, that's not me throwing shade on the people that are actually victims. That's me like, dude, I fucking sympathize. Because it's the boy who cried wolf situation. Nobody's gonna believe you. Like, holy shit. Nobody's going to believe you because of this nonsense. Yeah, because faking it has been incentivized. Again, you are rewarded if you make the false allegation. That's the worst part. Man. Long, winding thing. Short, to get back to where we were. We are 10 minutes in this movie chat. And we have been talking about this for 2.5 hours. We are 2.5 hours, and we've only gotten 10 minutes in this movie. So, I'm going to let it play a bit. There's so much more we can go into. This is not like the perfect deep dive. We could do a whole video series on this. Maybe, but I kind of want to do something else. I don't want to think about this movie. The Zootopia movies are literally becoming my Halo Reach for movies like trigger. Oh my god, they're so bad. Oh my god, they're so bad. Instead of chasing imaginary reptiles, I'm pulling you from the field. Again, this is the weirdest part that I want to talk about too. So, apparently wolves are still on the police force. We just don't get to see them. Because it's a wolf and a polar bear. Here. The work begins today. He's sending them to a fucking shrink for police. Yes, that is a genuinely great line. I need to talk about this. This is actually like one of the best lines in the movie. Unironically. The reason why you don't take anything seriously? Jokes are a classic defense mechanism for someone with a traumatic childhood. Would you like a traumatic adulthood? I would not. Again, that is a great fucking line. And it sucks that it's in this movie. It sucks that line is in this movie, because that is an amazing line. Like, holy shit. Bogo is essentially saying that I don't give a shit about your justifications. Stop being an asshat. like, you don't get to use your justifications to excuse all your bad behavior. Fuck off. Oh, God. Again. So again, they go to therapy. Welcome to Partners in Crisis. And this is this is so stupid on, like, every sense of the word, right? This has got to be one of the genuinely dumbest things I've ever seen. This line and the twist villain saved this movie from 0 out of 10. Unironically, yes. Again, Dr. Fuzzby is an idiot, but they are like every single psychiatrist out there where they're completely ineffectual and useless. And again, like, we see stuff like this. Like, okay, if Greg is literally, like, picking lice out of the bear and it's making the bear uncomfortable, like, stop. Why are they partners? Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Don't make them partners. Again, the elephant being terrified of the mouse, and the mouse is literally not doing anything. Why? Why are they partners? Who did this? Why would you do this? Like, these seem like intentionally designed to be failures. You know what I mean? These are partners that seem intentionally designed to, like, not be compatible. So the races can't work directly with each other then? Correct. Isn't that wild that that's what this movie's actually getting at? And it gets even worse, this next one. Please get to it. We need to have other people in this circle who are there for support, but we also have to make them jokes. Yeah, they couldn't actually have genuine trauma or things like that. Like one of them, if you want actual trauma, you should have the two police be there and they both have handled a traumatic situation entirely differently. Like, one officer has become more depressive, lethargic, he's not as put together as he was anymore. The other officer is getting frustrated, he has more anger issues and things like that. That's more realistic, right? This looks like a setup to justify the therapist's existence, and I mean it in universe. Yeah, these look like they were intentionally made so that the therapist could say they have a job. And again, like, she did that immediately. She didn't let him speak. We've been together for 1 week. Happy anniversary! And not dysfunctional at all, actually. Functioning fine. Better than fine. And we did sort of save the city. So us being here kind of seems like a huge misunderstanding. The worst part about this is that, again, it's psychoanalysis from Hollywood writers who are infamous for being retarded, right? They don't know what they're talking about. So we're already going to get psychoanalysis from Hollywood perspective. But then she's right in this case. But it's not treated as like a big deal for Judy. Judy will not change because of this. They'll make a token effort at the end where she'll babble about it and he babbles back, and it's so fucking awful. Also, self-diagnosed without looking to a professional, too. Yep. Seems to be in a state of denial, and taps her foot when she's suppressing discomfort. And then she starts this. Like, and observe the source of her discomfort. But we know this isn't true, right? Like, we know that Nick isn't the source of her discomfort. The source of her discomfort is rules and order and obeying the fucking law. That's the source of her discomfort. Nick is not. Nick, if anything, is getting dragged around for her entire discomfort. Yeah, she is literally the villain of her own story. Everything she does blows up in her face and gets in her own way. Then by the disconnected of her emotionally insecure partner. Ooh. Again, how did you decide that he's emotionally insecure? Like, Nick is genuinely being abused by Judy. How is he the one that's insecure? Yeah, she has literally just gotten done saying they don't even need to be there because we saved the city. That's nothing to do with Nick. I know. Like, this fucking crazy, just nonsensical horse shit. He's male, therefore he's emotionally insecure. Yeah, I fucking hate that line of logic. I hate it, but that's what they use a lot, so. Again, he hasn't done anything. If anything, he looks relieved that somebody else seems to have identified what the fucking problem is. But then she immediately jumps on that. Let's begin by greeting our teammate. These are kind of things that, like, we talk about and how bad this all is, right? Yeah, this random quack of a doctor, who I would highly check their credentials because they don't seem like they know what the fuck they're talking about or doing, made that assertion about Nick based off of what? Nothing? You don't know him. You don't know his baseline. You don't know what he's going through. You don't know anything about him. You just assume that he's emotionally insecure and he's causing her problems. Why do you assume that? When you notice the fact that he's uncomfortable with her, she talks over him, she is physically hitting him, and I know she's poking him, but again, if you watch him, he's not enjoying the, like, he's not enjoying her antics. See? Already, he's like, what? And he's like, okay, where are you going with this? And you can see, again, ears back, eyes lowered. He shifts away from her a little. How is he the one causing her discomfort? This is the kind of shit I'm talking about, right? Oh yeah, no. They've got the I'm the leader of the group therapy session perfectly down. They all do kind of look like the same twat, don't they? I need to get to this because this is like classic. Hang on, I'll re-put the filter on. We'll get up to it. Yep. He's not Judy Hopps, the Uberhase. Hase. Yeah. Even got the right glasses. Oh, fucking glasses. Nick isn't giving her endless affirmation, so he's bad. Yeah, apparently. Alright, so these two, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Like, this is the worst example of all of them. He smiles, and the fucking honey badger. Fucking honey badger freaks out and starts trying to kill him. Like, unironically, tries to kill him from a smile. Right? Karen has chosen to see Joel smile as a sign of aggression. Karen would not be on the police force. Karen would be locked up in a fucking asylum. Karen would unironically... Yeah, exactly. You don't need Night Howler. Just post this. Literally, post that. 100%. Yeah. Again, if they see a smile as aggression... remember, we talked about it in the first movie. The not understanding anything about, like, animal physiology or their functioning or their society or how it works, right? We talked about it with wolves. Remember, the wolf, we always see that wolves, or for whatever reason, are the ones getting locked up all the time, which is very strange. But the wolf is, at the very start, is like, oh, come on, he bared his teeth at me first. In wolf conversation, that is not aggression. That's the thing that, like, people need to understand, is the growling isn't aggression. Baring their teeth isn't aggression. It's questioning. That's what it is. It's not aggression, it's questioning. The teeth bare is questioning. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? The growling is showing a heightened state, an excitement. It can be happy, it can be angry. It doesn't have to be aggression. What aggression in wolves is ears locked forward directly at you, right? Eyes making contact with you. Their movements very stiff, robotic. Their tail bolt upright. Their fur on their back standing up like a mane. So you'll see it from the top of their head, down the back of their neck, on their back between their shoulders. It stands up like it's a mane. And then on their stomach, it sticks out. That is pure aggression. In fact, that goes beyond it. A little bit of those is aggression. If you get all of those at once, that means they're going to kill you. That's no longer aggression. That is an actual threat. They are genuinely going to kill you. So that's one of the things. If you see a wolf like exhibiting that kind of behavior, that is killing intent. That is murderous intent. That is not a I'm angry, leave me alone. No, that is a I am going to kill you now. Especially the tail. If you see the tail bolt upright like that, and it's staying stiff up, that's called the kill o'clock tail. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. Or whatever the wolf is currently eyeballing is very much in trouble. All Bellwether needed was to have more Karens on the force. I know, exactly. Put more honey badgers on the force if they're this crazy. Oh yeah. A smarter movie would have tried to delve into the fact that animals have radically different body language. 100%. Wolf discrimination is a real problem, okay? It unironically is. It unironically is, because people think of wolves as monsters, right? And that's even still to this day. People still think of wolves as monsters, right? Like, we could never have had civilization if wolves existed in North America. And I don't mean that as hyperbole or anything. That's what people genuinely believe. That is a very widespread belief, too. Oh. Not if you wanted Mayor Bellwether's plan. Well, not Mayor Bellwether, but if you wanted Assistant Mayor Bellwether's plan, putting more Karens on the force immediately would have fucking, like, gotten the results she wanted. Okay, this is another aspect that I find, this is charming. Right? I'll get to it. Oh, I forgot that Judy here is, of course, bossing her way through this. We have to set another meeting with the chief. Promise we'll be better. You talk back less, maybe not at all. Again, what is happening here? Judy is literally bossing him around emasculating him, degrading him. She's being a piece of shit, as per usual. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, and then Nick is entirely right here. Yeah, or we go with my playbook and we just lay low. He is entirely correct. This is the correct course of action, right? This is what they should do. Stop trying to rock the boat. Stop trying to make waves. Stop trying to be the star and the center of attention and the protagonist of the very fucking universe. Stop it. Let other people do their jobs. Work with other people. Listen to other people, right? He's actually being smart here. This is what they should do. And this is, I think, one of the best examples of how this society would actually be more functional. You know, as weird as this is. So if you notice, this big gap here, what's this breaker box doing inside? What's this alarm here for? What's this, elevator in the background? Right? This was cute, and this would actually be an actual practical reason why this society would function the way it does. Again, he calls for help. The rat, he's not pleased, but he's got a job to do. So he goes up there, and he gets it unstuck for him. Which is yeah, sure, the rats would fit inside the vending machines. This actually makes sense. This actually would be a useful job. I have no idea why Nick threw it, though. I don't know why Nick threw the can, though. This is the part that baffles me. Why did he throw the can? And then not only did it not go at the same height he threw it at, it somehow went way higher and landed on Paul's desk. Why is wall made out of paper mache in a police building? Yeah, I don't know. Especially when you have rhinos and elephants and things like that could be criminals. No, this shit should be pure concrete. Pure concrete reinforced with rebar everywhere in this police station. This should be one of the most brutalist structures in the entirety of Zootopia. Because of what you have to contain, right? Yes, this should be a bunker grade. Again, remember, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that in Point Crescent, I specifically made the sheriff department a bunker? Not because, of what they need to contain, but because it logically made sense as a retrofitted military base. Because coastal emplacements were no longer as necessary. And dismantling these bunkers is way too much hassle, so they just instead opted to, convert it into the sheriff's department. Man, oh man. God, it sounds so fucking egotistical, but I'm smart. Oh my god. Dude, it's even worse than that, because remember, the entire bit of Little Rodentia, Calbeck, the entirety of Little Rodentia has no foundations, and it is all made of popsicle sticks. Literally. To the point that they almost caused a literal domino effect. Oh my god. And so they say the dragon's ego grew 3 sizes this day. Dude, like I said, the best medicine I have experienced for my imposter syndrome is watching all this different anime and movies and things like that and realizing that this dog shit, this genuine garbage, is being bought and paid for and manufactured into another product. And I'm like, man, I'm a way better writer than that. I got nothing to worry about. My imposter syndrome, you can sit your ass down. I've seen what passes for good in this world, and I know I'm leagues better than that. Oh, boo! Boo! Boo that man right now. Boo that man right now. That Irishman. Oh, get the little gobshite. Get that wee Irishman. Boo that man right now. Boo that fecker. Ugh. It's a good joke, but boo. Dad jokes are bad. That one's a pretty good dad joke though. Oh, I love dad jokes. I can't help it. Again, this is the most deserved like heckling that they've ever gotten. Again, this is all Judy's fault. And again, look, she's so pissy. She is such a diva and such a prima donna. She goes over like, I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. No, Nick is entirely right here to stop her. It's like, no, you deserve this. This is exactly what you should have expected. Like, holy shit. Do you think we're a good team? Of course. I just wish I knew how to prove it to everyone else. Or maybe we don't have to prove anything to anybody. Again, he's right. You don't need to prove it to these people. You literally don't. Like, why? Why do you need to prove yourself to these people? Again, you're not trying to do this. Just show that you're a competent cop. That's all you got to do. It's not hard. It really isn't. Yep. Yeah, so she gives him a book like Partnerships for Dummies. And she's like, enjoy that. I got 2. So she's going to start reading Partnership for Dummies. And again, this is what we're talking about with like how wildly inappropriate Karen is in this movie. I'll get there. Look. Like, holy shit. Also, Judy doing the most insufferable and annoying thing. Those people that buy these fucking... Like, the people that buy these, like, such and such for dummies and then pull out the yellow highlighter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh... Yep, it's easy to prove. Just be a good cop. Exactly. Why are you ruining a book? I hate the people that do this so much. It just hurts me. Because they're like, oh, I sell in this chapter, and then they the little fucking post-it notes everywhere. The post-it notes are coming. You fucking know it. The chapter tabs are coming. Oh my god, you know it. Yeah, I'm going to take notes in this book and never return to these notes again. It's so funny when you call people out like this that do this. And then, like, you actually read the material and they're just too busy looking for stuff that fits their narrative. So they highlight the stuff that fits themselves or what they specifically want. And then you go through and it's like, oh, interesting that you did it there. Did you read later on in that chapter and section where it talks about... It's like, no. again, out pettying the petty can be very cathartic. You have no idea. And this is where, again, we get into Nick's apartment, who Nick was doing really well beforehand. But his apartment is a total and utter shithole. Like, it's underneath a gym for elephants. So it's constantly noisy and crashy and like, it's... Oh my god. And this is where again, what I want to talk about. This is the emasculation and character assassination of Nick Wilde. Woofs. Woofers. Like, he lives in a shithole apartment, and does he take care of it at all? No. Of course not. Because he's not well put together. Yeah, getting on the force has ruined Nick's life. And look at, like, the weird posters and things like that on the wall. Like, I don't understand his things. Like, again, why do you just carry this around, right? Why? And you do that once, the elephants are there still, Nick. Like, why don't you have something that encases the whole thing or, like, keeps it weighed down? The elephants aren't going anywhere. All right, put that back on. Oh, and then, again, here we go again with needing to bring down any male character. The father here is treated as unreasonable, right? And again, Nick here shown to be lazy and like not put together. He doesn't clean anything. His stuff looks like a disaster area. This was another one I thought was funny, right? Look on the screen. What he's highlighted just now. I was like, okay, that's cute. I'm like, that one's cute. I agree with that one. That one's funny. It's like, okay, the rest of them, they're just really terrible puns. No, that one actually had some thought put into it. You know what I mean? That one actually has thought put into it, and I find that's funny. I'm like, okay, that's clever. Yep. Again, all the rest of these ones are puns, right? Ramdor instead of Andor. Future Llama. See, Deersney, Star Wars, Mammal Studios. Again, they're all just puns. This is the one that actually had thought put into it, right? It's not a pun. It's just making fun of the fact that platypuses are weird. They're like they look like three different species have been like stitched together, right? Like they platypuses just look like the universe is like, what happens if we took three different animals and just all smashed them together? So that being the aliens stand-in this universe, that's fucking funny. That's genuinely clever. I was like, okay, that's actually clever. I think that's funny. The scientist that discovered platypus actually thought that someone was pranking him and tried to pull the beak off. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why would the animals use these puns? I agree. These are all just pure puns. Again, platypus is genuinely clever. 1 out of 19 was done right. Yep. That is genuinely and unironically a clever, funny, like, haha moment. Again, here, like I said, all the men have to be dumb, stuff like that. And again, he just keeps getting in there because he thinks that she can't see him, and the wife like is making fun of him, like you're pushing me out of the screen. Like, I just need to make sure she can see both of us. And this even goes later on. Yeah, see, honey, you're pushing me out. I want to make sure I can be seen. Remember, he will later text her and fumble fuck the entire thing around because her father has to be an idiot and her mother has to be the one that's put together. You can be right or you can be happy, says the male in a relationship. Mm-hmm. And I'm a happy, happy, happy man. Yeah, the parents literally don't do anything in this story. Maybe try to find that dick. Okay, bye. And it's like, yeah, what was the point that the parents served in this? And then, again, Judy was looking at the Partners for Dummies, the thing that she wanted to force Nick to read, and then looking at the evidence and wanted to take the case instead. Again, what a horrible weather report. Forecast with Bob Tiger. Tomorrow's weather is again everything. Good job. Good job. You fucking, oh my god. Yep. I hate all these puns because they're just so lazy, you know? All the puns are just so lazy. And this is what I mean. This is what I mean by the people that do this. Like, look how she highlighted here. You need to think about the possible outcomes. Will your partner's solution? What are you highlighting? Seriously. Like, what the fuck? It would be a nod towards one of the Polish weather forecast presenters. The funniest one was the guy who plays Oti, the janitor in Control. He does the one funny weather forecast. But his wasn't in Poland. His was in Finland. I think it was Finnish or it was Swedish. It was one of the two. Yeah. For the first time in a century following an infamous reptile attack. This is the moment I said, oh, the snakes are the ones that made the weather walls. The snakes are the ones that invented the weather walls. Everything else is completely fucked. No, I said the snakes made the weather walls. This is the moment that made me call it, right? Yeah, you called it damn early. This was it right here. Because I didn't know like what the actual trigger was going to be. I just knew, hey, the 100th anniversary, we haven't had snakes for 100 years. It's like, okay, so there's something connected there. This then being like the original documentation and book about the weather walls is, I'm like, oh, so the snake's the one that made it. The snake's the one that created them. Got it. And that's what I said. Like, I called that really early. I was like, I'm calling it. for good use of the size difference. Okay, that was cute. The alien equivalent movie is Platypus. Oh, and there you said, there Calbeck said during the show, Far Side cartoons? Don't jump to conclusions. I mean, yeah, in this world, I would ask the same thing. Solve that thought process. The twist will be that the snakes invented the weather wall. There it is. Yes. Ati is the janitor in the game Control, and he actually is the god of water. Unironically, that is his part in the storyline. In the game Control, Ati is the god of water. Ati is one of the most interesting characters in the entire game Control, unironically. Ebenezer Linksley. Just name the guy Evil, the bad guy. Yeah. Oh, don't even get me started with Gary the Snake. Gary the Snake? Mm-hmm. What's your last name? The Snake. Oh, we are coming up to the part that I hate the most, and I will end it off there, and we will do a part 2 tomorrow. Even though I really want to play some Starship Troopers Extermination on stream again, we'll do a part 2 tomorrow. Because and this is why right here. This is why. Let me explain why we're gonna do a part 2 tomorrow. Because this movie is so fucking bad. Look how far in the movie we are. We're gonna need it. We haven't even gotten to where the plot is now like exploding. We're gonna need it. We have so much to talk about. We have so much. Again, Judy jumps to conclusions instantly. She looks at the van and she realizes the same catering company. Same catering company. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, she's just about to hit the wall. And then she's reading through the Linksley Journal. And this, the truth bomb. The 100th anniversary of the Weather Walls is also the 100th anniversary of Zootopia's only snake attack. The victim, a tortoise. The Linksley family maid, who was fanged while stopping a venomous snake from stealing the Linksley Journal. No one has seen a snake in Zootopia since, but I'm convinced one will return. Only question is he going to be wearing half a pants or one long sock? And I said in the thing, like, this would unironically, I would ask this question, like, in this world. Yeah. Only snake attack. No. Yeah. Only snake attack. Entire species gets ejected because of it. Hold on. It gets so much worse. Keep in mind that only snake attack. I might jump to the thing. Because here's where Judy, again, jumps to conclusions and immediately is like, we're going to go investigate and break in and all that stuff like that. Let me just get to what I want to talk about. We'll end it off here before they start the whole... You know where this is going. You know where this is going. This is the face you see. Snakes have never hurt anybody. What are those? What might those two things be? And why do they have a potent venom that kills in a minute? What are those? And do you not know how snakes work? Hatemonger is going to ask about those weapons you have. Yep. Like, do you know how snakes work? They don't have their fangs out at all times, right? Like, they don't have their fangs out. You have to they fold them out when they're going to attack. So he's literally in attack mode the entire time. It just occurred to me that Nick calling Judy carrots all the time is like someone calling their black friend chicken fry. Evolution is a switch you flip, and after, no snakes did the bad. Yeah, apparently. Watermelon and I are friends. Dude, that's even better. Yeah, instead of chicken fry, it's watermelon, Calbeck. Watermelon! Watermelon, get over here! Oh. That's okay. We called one of my black friends, we called him Fat Albert. He would come by and we'd go, hey, hey, hey! Oh my god. Holy shit, chat. Okay. Alright, like I said, chat, we're gonna end it off there for now. Before Judy once again decides unilaterally that this is what their partnership is going to do and Nick has no say in it, they're going to break in to the event so that they can totally stop the snake from stealing the things. And the worst part is all of this would have gone so much better if she never got involved. Watermelon. Now let's not go there. Entire rest of chat inhales. Hey, hey, hey. Okay. Well, we'll discuss this more again. We are 17 minutes in. We have an hour. We have an hour and 30 minutes to go. Okay? There's so much more to talk about. There's so much more to talk about. Because, again, this movie's mixed messaging and unintended messages all throughout are fucking wild. Did I say 6 stream series? Make that 7. I know, right? Oh my god. I can't even. I call my black friend Nick. No, for the love of God. Nick, for Nicholas. Oh. Nearly headless Nick Wilde. Yep. Right, chat. Well, anyways, I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. It is greatly appreciated. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Hope you take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get fit, get ripped. And I will see you back here tomorrow. It is going to be 3 straight streams of this, isn't it? It's going to be 3 straight streams because this movie is so bad. Oh my god, this movie is so bad. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. I don't even know what we're going to watch. I don't even know what we're going to watch on Saturday for Saturday Showtime. I don't know. I haven't even decided yet. Maybe I should have you guys suffer. No, but then I'd have to watch it too. Bleh. Bleh. Roll D20. I'll think about what to watch. I'm debating on if I want to torment you guys or not, so that we could talk about it. Something good, please, pretty please. Yeah, I'll try to find something. Yep. Anyways, chat. Bye-bye for now, everyone, and I appreciate you all being here. Well, again, we'll continue the discussions tomorrow, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Bye-bye. Excuse me. I like that idea. Maybe I'll roll a D20. We'll see. Anyways, I'll be right back. Be right back. I'll be seeing you later. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.